first complete game of the season, and they've made some changes to their offense, Trent, that appear to be for the better.
Well, they did make a change at offensive coordinator Mike Tomlinson. Those are tough decisions, and the responsibility falls on all of us as players and coaches. We're going to go through and look at some of the things that were different. Eddie Hawkins took over as offensive coordinator. Mike Sullivan took over as play caller. Kenny Pickett looks off the safety and is able to hit fire move down the middle of the field. A week ago against Cincinnati, they utilized between the numbers more in the passing game. What has been there all season is the running game. Running between the tackles as well as yards. Able to pick up big yards. They're averaging close to 180 yards rushing per game over the last 4 weeks. You can see the improvement that the offense had in last week's games from a numbers standpoint. Over 400 yards for the first times this season. And as you can see, Kevin, no 3 and outs, which is critical for the offense.
And Drake, the Steelers' run game has looked terrific the last month. What a 1-2 punch.
Well, Kevin, we're going to call him the two-headed monster. We got to come up with a better name for him. Maybe Smash and Dash. I don't know what it is, but Najee Harris, his best game of the year last year, both in yardage and yards per carry, is more of a between the tackles. He weighs over 240 pounds. Jalen Warren, on the other hand, is more of an outside guy used in the passing game and in the straight game.
All right, now let's shift our attention to this man, the tight end Farmer.
Well, Farmer, we talked about the 9 catches he had last week, doubled his season total with the play-action pass and coming off of the running backs. It's a big part of the game when you can take advantage of the middle of the field. 6 plays over 20 yards last week.
All right, the Cardinals, they come in, losing 8 of the last 9. They have not gone on the road yet, but they did get back their quarterback back less than a month ago.
Well, Kyler Murray coming back, he injured that knee last December, had ACL surgery, returned. This is just his first game back. This is a completely different offense. New coaching staff, new system, something he's never done before. Every week he's going to get better and better as they continue to do evaluation and figure out how to best utilize him in this offense. And Kyler Murray has been important and will continue to be throughout the rest of the season.
Live to the field from more from Atlanta, California.
Missing more than a month of playing time with a hamstring injury, the Steelers welcome back the quarterback of their defensive secondary today in safety Minka Fitzpatrick. As Patrick Peterson told us in our meetings, this allows this defense to mix things up more and play more free because of Minka's elite communication skills and versatility. He said he is our leader on defense, our spark plug. He's the joker. You never know where he's going to end up. And he's the guy we rely on when we need a big play down the stretch. And when I spoke with Mike Tomlin this morning, he said Minka will not be on any snap count today. He's had a full workload in practice all week, and he is good to go for this game with no limitations now.
All right, now, thank you. What a scene here in Pittsburgh. The Steelers and the postseason. December football is here. It's the Arizona Cardinals and the Pittsburgh Steelers on CBS.
It's December, so it's time to unleash hell. As today, Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium in the 412, the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers will host the 2-10 Arizona Cardinals. Thank you for tuning in and listening to my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it. Live right here on YouTube to stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for a Steeler win to get to 8-4 officially on the season before a short week this upcoming week, as they'll host the Patriots on Thursday Night Football, as today's game for the Steelers will be the final home Sunday game of the regular season, which is a little hard to believe because it's only December the 3rd. But as mentioned, they'll be on a short week after today at home Thursday night against New England, as Bill Belichick and company will roll in as the British are coming. But then Pittsburgh, they have now back-to-back Saturday games coming up, away and home, which is right before Christmas, and then 2 away games after Christmas to finish out the regular season. So, they're 7-4 right now, coming off of a 2-game road trip. They went 1-1 in the state of Ohio, in the division in the AFC North. Of course, lost the Browns on a game-winning field goal, but beat Cincinnati last week. So they return home for the first time in about a month for today's Super Bowl 43 rematch between the Cards and Steelers. Not the Cardinals and Pirates, but the Steelers. So, St. Louis will probably win that game. Of course, hoping for Pittsburgh to win today's game. So, thumbs up button as mentioned if you're hoping for a Steeler victory to get to 8-4 officially on the season. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Cardinals, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry, and we'll get into those shortly. But could be a trap game for the Steelers today. Even though they're sitting there at 7-4, arguably playing their best football at times. How the defense is going to play, but then the offense got rolling last week after Matt Canada was finally fired. The run game's been strong. Just saying, watch out. Don't be surprised if this game is still close down to the wire. Typical heart attack city Pittsburgh Steeler type of game today, as Kyler Murray and his Call of Duty teammates with the former Steeler James Conner at tailback march in, and they're 2-10. They haven't won on the road this year. They've lost, I believe it's 8 of 9 overall. He just returned for one. He was injured, blew his knee out towards ACL right before Christmas last year. Just returned about a month ago. They've been playing seemingly better with him at quarterback compared to who they had, start for him in his absence. But talk about injuries, Pittsburgh's arguably at full strength for the first time since week 1 here today. Defensively, remember, Cam Hayward went down with injury. Has since returned. Minka Fitzpatrick went down with injury. He's returning today for the first time in a month. Of course, you still have TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith coming off the edge. Just, of course, knock on wood, it's been at times they haven't been able to catch a break. As soon as somebody, gets hurt, who's stepping up? Even with the injuries at middle linebacker, I thought they played, pretty well. But then as somebody returns, somebody else goes down. So, of course, hopefully that doesn't happen here today or, at any point in time in the foreseeable future. But, we'll see what happens. We'll see what gives us all. I'm sure someone will also why play the games. But, if Pittsburgh can just run the football, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, Pickett, he'll turn the ball over in about 2 months. Today's technically the 8th game total since we last turned it over. Entering today, it was the Texan game, October the 1st. So, 2 months, 2 days ago. It's the last time he turned the ball over. They play basic, fundamentally sound, complementing each other as well, football. Just as mentioned, if they can run the football and play good defense, they should get out with a win today. Sun is shining. It rained yesterday. For early December, it's pretty nice weather. Bobble on the kickoff return on the... Should have took a knee, but then he made up for it for about 3-4 yards. As the former Lion, Godwin, not even going to try to pronounce his last name because I'm going to butcher it. But on the return from a couple yards deep in the end zone, and he muffed it, caught it, and ran it out, even though they should have took a knee, but they'll start off 1st and 10 from the 24. So I guess, okay, about a yard difference. Pickens on the reception, though, from Pickett. First down, Pittsburgh, out close to the 40-yard line. So they move the 6, 1st and 10. But, yeah. Now the offense, with the line up front, because the run game as strong as it's been, cut to them. I think they got their starting 5 that they want to work with. But with the run game, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, some play action pass, get the tight ends involved as they finally did last week. Run up the middle for 9 yards to Najee, second in the yard, coming up about a minute in. So, they looked like a totally different team on offense at times last week, but then also at times the same old. Still need the defense to bail them out. Relying on them way too damn much to just find a way to win. And, 76 with the Chooks. He's reported eligible, so second in the yard. It looks like they're going to run it here again, as Hayward will be in motion. And they'll fake the run, actually. Pickett going to throw. Going deep. Has a man, Pickens, wide open at the 20, 1st and 10 Steelers, as he takes out somebody on the sideline. Lucky they didn't throw a flag for a hold, but we play on against these James Murray-led Arizona Cardinals. So we'll see who the Impractical Jokers are today. But Pickens, 2 catches for over 50 yards, it looks like already. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh inside the red zone at the 16. We'll reset here in a minute because they're going fast. Hand off to Najee, and they're trying to be balanced, trying to keep it simple and be consistent, which is a good thing. A couple yards up the middle, second down. So, we'll see here. They can punch it in, or if they're going to have to settle for 3. I'll take the points if it comes down to it, rely on Boswell. But, there's an explosive play for you, and you got to capitalize off this now. You got to score. You got to score. So pick it out of the gun. Wanted to go down the middle. Rolls out far side. Incomplete, the first down marker to Pickens again. Incomplete, 3rd and 6. 12:14 to play in this opening quarter. We're also watching Lions Saints and the college football playoff reveal with the rest of the bowl games to be unveiled shortly as well. So we'll have some info on that momentarily. But 3rd and 6 for Pittsburgh here from the 11. And Pickett gets drilled as he gets rid of it. Ball's loose. They're going to say a fumble rather than incomplete pass. And now they say incomplete as Arizona's returning it and gets pushed out of bounds. So it'll be 4th down and 6. They get inside the 20 and they can't do anything. So they're going to have to settle for 3 and kick a field goal here. Warren totally missed the block. Yeah. And then Pickett got hit on his right throwing arm, right at the shoulder as he got rid of it. So, lucky there's nobody standing there to pick it off. It hit the ground, they say incomplete rather than a fumble. So here's Boswell for about, a 30-yarder? Yeah, they say 29. Okay. Kicks up and good. So Steelers drive, have to settle for 3, but they get, points on the board to begin the game. Steelers lead the Cardinals 3-0 about 3 minutes into this game. 12:01 officially to play in the first quarter. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. So, Cardinals, Steelers, Lions, Saints are the 2 games we're watching here on CBS and Fox, respectively, at 1 o'clock. Today's question of the day on social media is today's NFL game between the 49ers and Eagles, which is a rematch of the National Championship game last year. So be sure to go vote on that on Facebook and Twitter. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning that. The 2 games I'm currently watching, along with the rest of the NFL action this week 13 already. I know, hard to believe. Early December, as we just celebrated Thanksgiving. So hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving, as Christmas is right around the corner. So hopefully everyone have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year as well. And on New Year's Day, we'll have the college football playoff with the Rose and Sugar Bowls. As college football playoff was just revealed, Michigan 1, Washington 2, Texas 3, and Alabama 4. So Michigan will play Alabama in the Rose Bowl, and Washington will play Texas in the Sugar Bowl. Most recent matchups with the 4, Washington just played Texas last year in the Alamo Bowl, and then Michigan just played Alabama a few years back in the Citrus Bowl. So, of course, as you know, each season's different. Each team's going to be different. These 4 teams, who are arguably the 4 best teams for this final 4-team playoff in the college football playoff, as it's been the past decade for 4 teams, before it moves to 12 teams next year. They know each other. I want to say extremely well, but pretty good. And we should have some damn good college football on New Year's Day 2024 for the college football playoffs. So we'll know the rest of the bowl games over the next few hours. So as I, find out that information, I'll relay that info as well. We'll start, of course, with the New Year's 6. What's left of it with the Fiesta, Cotton, Peach, and Orange Bowls, because the semis and the college football playoff for the Rose and Sugars once again, with Michigan, Alabama, and Washington, Texas playing each other. So, yeah, when I find that out, I'll relay that info. In the meantime, back from commercial break, Cardinals, Steelers, Pittsburgh kicked the field goal to begin the game, 3-0, and Cardinals on the return. So here comes Kyler Murray, 1st and 10 for number 1, former Heisman Trophy winner, out of Oklahoma, drafted number 1 overall by Arizona a few years back. Wears number 1 with the new system. And, the injury, even though, Arizona's, normally, and when I say normally, it's like 9 times out of 10 normal for Arizona. They're absolute trash in the NFC West. I mean, they've been good. There's always that 1 or 2 years, okay, they might do something, but, and Arizona at a time became Pittsburgh West, and then, they met up in Super Bowl 43. But in the meantime, 2nd and 10, as the give was to former Steeler James Conner, who is from Erie, played at Pitt, battled cancer. My cause, my cleats. For the NFL today as well. So shout out to Thon for pediatric cancer. For the kids, as CBS has today's game with Kevin Harlan and Trent Green on the call, Melanie Collins on the sideline, so we are Penn State to her as well. But no gain on the first play, stuck the line of scrimmage, and then Kyler Murray, of course, below 6 foot. His pass was batted down the line of scrimmage, incomplete. 3rd and 10, that pass near side incomplete as well. So Arizona goes 3 and out, not even, with the ball, for a minute, and Pittsburgh is going to get the ball back. So, yeah, as I was saying, if Pittsburgh can run the football today and be balanced offensively, keep it, not necessarily as simple as they have, but, still simple. Nothing stupid. But be consistent. Just move the ball, score points, get off the field on defense. You should be okay today, and you should just, they blocked the punt? No. Okay. Austin Fair catches it out of bounds at the $19 a flag on the play. Are we going to get a rougher running into the punter? As Blake Gillikin, the former Nittany Lion, booms it away. Maybe a little bit of an acting job from him as they ran into the back of his left leg, it looked like, but was he blocked in? And Lan Clark, somebody's cousin, on the call for today's officiating. He is today's white capper, so we'll see how he calls today's game. But penalties declined. Be first and 10, and Pittsburgh a 3-0 lead, getting the ball back. So, if they can, run the football, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren. It's been a 1-2 punch the past month or so. That they've been able to run the football. Because before then it was like, okay, it's going to be one or the other, if any of them at all, for that matter. So just keep pounding the rock. Pickett, nothing stupid. He's gone to Pickens here early. We'll pull up some stats in a minute. But, of course, still Deontay Johnson with George Pickens. Allen Robinson, Calvin Austin there, back deep to receive the punt. He's been quiet this season. Had a couple plays earlier on this year, but nothing major since. But it's truly the tight ends. Can they continue to get, as they finally did last week, Pat Fryer with the football? Because he's a check down receiver, working the middle of the field that they never did under Matt Canada. I mean, last week, for the first time since 2020, they cracked over 400 total yards offensively, which is absolutely absurd. It took, for the Steelers that long. But that's just how piss poor Matt Canada's, offense was. So fucking, preschool. But, yeah, just overall nothing stupid. Get out healthy. Short week, once again. Don't want to look at next week yet, but got a short week. Host New England Thursday night. I mean, they're 7-4. Could be 7-6, 9-4 from low to high, anywhere in between from now until the end of the week, depending on what happens, because that's, of course, why they play the game. It's out on paper, it's out on the field, so charge with the Steelers polka. But 3-0 Pittsburgh. Yeah, we'll see how this offense, continues to play here. They were able to drive early. It stalled. They kicked the field goal, but hand off Najee Harris, and he gets about 5-6 yards. So second down and manageable. Work the sticks. And it starts up front, you got to be able to block the run, protect the quarterback, of course, but it's okay. Early lead. Are they going to be, pedal to the metal, or are they going to hold off and then, defense still going to have to bail them out late? We'll see. But 2nd and 3, Pickett going to throw. Going to roll out near side and then tuck it and run. He only got a yard, even though he ran for about 20 on that. 3rd and short. But, yeah, just... Now, of course, get the first down, but overall today, Pittsburgh offensively, okay? Because the offensive lines look pretty damn good at times. They have. I think they finally found their 5 up front. But it's the run game. No wonder the run game's been as good as it's been lately, because of the offensive line. They've been able to run the football. And they've been balanced. You're not doing too much of this or too much of that, and then they're keeping the defense off balance. Meantime, trouble with the snap. Pickett just falls on it. 3rd and 2, make it 4th and long. They'll punt. So Arizona gets off the field and they'll get the ball back. So Pittsburgh will boom it away. And, okay, they have a 3-0 lead, but here we go again. Going to be the same old Steelers. But yeah, run the damn ball. Pick it, nothing stupid. At least he was smart there just to fall on it. You live to play another down. It's early. A lot of football to be played. Play field position for what it's worth right now. Work some clock, with time possession. They'll take another commercial break. Cardinal offense, Steeler defense out when we return. So get back to the action shortly. 9:16 to play in the first. 3-0 Steelers. Just now tuning in. Along with the college football playoff. Being Alabama, Washington, Texas, and Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama, 1, 2, 3, 4, respectively, with 1, 4, and 2, 3 going to be playing each other in the Rose and Sugar Bowls. And the Lions are up 14-0 on the Saints early. Yeah, like I was saying, please pick it was smart there to just fall on it. You play another down, you got a lead. Even if they didn't, it's still you do, until you get rolling, because it's always Steeler football. They're starting slow, finding a groove right before halftime, momentum into the second half, and they, are finding ways to win. Maybe let it slip every once in a while, but, or it's they're, down and trying to come back. And then it might be good enough, but it, might not be. Just depends on the situation, but yeah, they look good there early, but just back same old. I get a lot of football to be played, but they, as I've said all year, it's them and momentum. Once they get it, they can't keep it, and it's absolutely pathetic. Like, as soon as they get it, they let it slip and slide all over the place and they lose it. Like, it's gone out the door, out the window. It's blown away in the fucking wind. Like, seriously, like, they cannot keep momentum on their side. So if they can, find a way to keep momentum, then they're going to be okay, because then they should, I wouldn't necessarily say be rolling, but, they'd be in a good spot. If they show off some images from that February the 1st, 2009 game, which, of course, was the final NFL game of the 2008 season, in which the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers won Super Bowl 43, 27-23 over the Arizona Cardinals. So, of course, that was the last Steeler Super Bowl win. They've appeared and won since. It was 45 2 years later. As they won 2 and 4 years, could have won 3 and 6 years, if I'm not mistaken there. And of course, they won 4 and 6 years back in the 70s. As they've appeared in 8, won 6, of course, lost the Cowboys, lost the Packers in 30 and 45. But the Super Bowl 43 rematch today, in which, right before halftime was arguably a difference with the Steeler defense. And then, of course, Roethlisberger leading the offense down the field and hitting Cincinnati Holmes in the back corner of the end zone for what ended up being a game-winning touchdown. And Pittsburgh wins by 4, 27-23. So, handoff, and Highsmith brings down James Conner in the backfield as the Steelers, here we go again, the 2nd and 12 coming up. Gave a first down there, lost 2 there, but playing against a former Steeler today, it seems like every game this year, there's been at least one former Steeler on the opposing sideline. And it's James Conner here today for the Cardinals. As in Pittsburgh, he, it wasn't that great. He wasn't. They finally let him walk. Drafted Najee Harris, signed Jalen Warren as an undrafted rookie free agent. And now you got your 1-2 punch. If only they were able to run the football when they needed to a couple years ago with them, who knows what would happen. Let alone the offense just be better in general. But, yeah. Big 3rd and 12 coming up as that last pass was incomplete. They have one good play for 13 yards and a first down. That's it. Everything else has been, excuse me, for nothing or negative yardage. That screen's incomplete. Oh, come on. You're going to throw a flag on that? No way. Come on. As he did get drilled, but... So it's going to be an automatic first down for Arizona. Come on. Yeah, they say personal foul, necessary roughness. 15 yards, automatic first down. No targeting. So he's going to, stay in. Hopefully he's okay. You never want to see anybody get hurt, but that's football. Come on. You're going to get hit. They'll say defenseless receiver, though. Well, defense still has to make a play on the ball. He was going in to make the tackle. So they got off the field. It would have been incomplete 4th down, and they punt and get the ball back. But then the penalty gives Arizona first down now. God damn it. But, yeah, Arizona, other than the penalty now for 15 yards and first down, they have 13 yards and first down. Everything else, like I was saying, for nothing or negative yardage. So Steeler defense making stops here early and often. We'll see if they can force pressure, get a turnover or two, and then capitalize off it, score, get some points that way, see if it's the difference or not. Of course, kick the field goal early, so relying on special teams, take the points, and rightfully so. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, once again, just Steeler offense, run the football, nothing stupid. Pickett makes some plays, nothing stupid with turning the ball over, which he hasn't done. They played, like I was saying earlier, basic fundamentally sound football. Complementing each other for the most part as well. They're leading the NFL in turnover margin. Now they're still only averaging 16 points a game. So we'll see if that, ends up changing or not. As going into last week, it was like, all right, not much is going to change. It's, mid-season, and then you fire somebody and you promote somebody, it's going to be the same thing for the most part. And unless there's some, tweaks here and there, as there was, with maybe do a little bit more of this, a little less this, and, so on and so forth. So, penalty, 1st and 10. Just lucky they didn't call targeting on it, because then he'd be out the rest of the game, probably get fucking fined either way. But 1st and 10, Arizona out to 40. And now I got a flag with a false start. So 1st and 15. But now we got penalties all over the field, just like we did on Thursday night. And every fucking play was a penalty, it felt like. So, yeah, they have Kyler Murray at quarterback, James Conner at tailback. They did have Zach Ertz tight end, but he asked for his release, and they granted it, so he's no longer with the club. Marquise Hollywood Brown, the former Raven wide receiver, active today for Arizona, wide out. And then, as Trey McBride at tight end just got the full start called on him, they give the ball to Conner for about a yard. So, 2nd down, but... yeah, didn't work out though. And then, he signed with Arizona. I mean, yeah, you wish him well. He's had some success, but it's like, well, where the hell was all this when you were, in Pittsburgh? But 2nd and 15, empty set. And, like, you are what your record, says you are. Arizona's 2-10. Okay? Carolina is the only other worst team with only one win right now, okay? So, and they fired their head coach. And Frank Reich, who was in his first season, James Murray, James Gannon, also in his first season out in the desert, as he's replacing Cliff Kingsbury, who, for whatever reason, got an NFL job when he didn't have success in college. Got fired at Texas Tech, was, remember, going to go to USC at that point in time to be the OC. But then he got the Cardinal gig, and then gets fired by them. And then he's at USC this year as an analyst, and then we'll see where he lands, in the future. Really care less, but 4th down coming up for Arizona. Are they going to go for it, kick it? 4th and 4. Going to be a 50-yarder or so. 51-yarder, give or take. 51 yards for Matt Prater, who has seemingly been in the league since Christ was born. Kicks up. Kicks good. 3-3. Cardinals Steelers. Not the Cardinals and Pirates in the NL Central. As 3-3 would be a score there as well. But with 5:44 to play, we're tied up at 3 apiece with Arizona and Pittsburgh. So, let alone this ain't even the Diamondbacks and the Pirates, Cardinals Steelers, NFL Week 13, 3-3. 5:44 to play once again in the first quarter. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back. Remember, that penalty just cost them 3 points. They had them stopped, then they got off the field, but then the personal foul. So we'll see about that 3 points later on. Meantime, thanks for tuning back in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So we'll get back to the action shortly. 3-3 here. Lions now up 21-0 on the Saints. As these are the 2 games I'm currently watching. Fox might want to switch it to something else. 21-0, not even a half a quarter in. Still a lot of football to be played, though. We'll see what happens there as we continue to watch the college football playoff selection show with the reveal, which we know the 4 teams. We're just awaiting the rest of the bowl games from the New Year's 6 on. So once again, as I find out that info, I'll let you know. As it's a big football day, to say the least. As the NFL rolls on, teams at the college level will find out their final destination, if you will, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however fucking movies they made at this point, for the final game of the season. Pittsburgh's trying to be the wood on the back of the big rig to Arizona today, if you know what I mean. So, we'll see here how Pittsburgh, 3rd drive offensively, fares, how it shakes out. They were able to drive early, kick field goal. Probably should have been a fucking touchdown drive, but it stalled. So 3-3. So Arizona just tied it up, but just as they've gotten back to basics, they have. They're playing Steeler football, and it starts up front once again, and it's a run game, and then it's Steeler defense. If only this offense wasn't as piss poor and subpar as they've been at times. Of course, Matt Canada's no longer there, but even last week without him, there's always going to be highs and lows regardless. Okay, But as I've said, it's the Steelers and momentum. Once they get it, they can't keep it. They can't. They need to figure out a way to maintain momentum. If they can do that with their running game, and Pickett, once again, ain't doing anything stupid, which he hasn't. Has turned the ball over in about 2 months. Don't want to jinx them, but Jalen Warren, wearing James Conner's 30, gets 8 yards, 2nd and short coming up. So, make it 2nd and 3 after a pickup of 7. But, just move the ball. Go forward, not backwards. And everything in front of you is able to be used. And they figured that out last week. Even though they've known, they never did it. At least under Matt Canada, they didn't. And that's just, it's been frustrating. Deontay Johnson, 5 yards on the far side, caught first down, so they'll move the 6. Now you got to stack and build, all right? Keep it up, one thing at a time. You don't want to, as they like to do, one good thing and then nothing for a couple of plays and then they give the ball back. You got to, continue to build, move forward, not go backwards. So it's nothing stupid. Fake the give, Pickett, want him to go deep. And then he rolls out, pass caught by Warren, and then he's still going to lose about 4, maybe 5 yards. See, Pickett's problem is he doesn't step up in the pocket. He fucking runs around like a chicken with his head fucking cut off and doesn't know what to do with football then. Like step up. Step up. Don't spin 5 times and roll around and, expect them to be elsewhere. They're going to be right there with you. 2nd and 14. So just as they go forward, they're going backwards. Hand off on a draw, Warren, and the bowling ball of a bulldozer gets about half that yardage. So 3rd and manageable, if you will, coming up. There's no way he got 10 yards on that run. No fucking way. But they say he did. Almost got a face mask on it. So, still 3rd and manageable. Can they get a first down? That's 3rd and long for. That's more like 3rd and 5, buddy. Bubble screen complete far side. Oh my God, Deontay Johnson. No get on the play. So, enough of the east-west bullshit. Go north-south. I mean, come on. So they'll punt. So, even with or without this person, that person, however you want to spell it out and put it, you still got to execute, You still got to make plays. Harvin booms it. And fielded the 9 on the return, and they bring them down about the 15. So, 1st and 10, Arizona from there are going to look to take a lead. We're tied at 3 here. They're getting the ball back after gave a field goal early, but back-to-back punts. And, I mean, a little bit of a switch, a little bit of a change here. Not even a swing, but because we're still deadlocked, it's still early. It's always this defense going to have to make plays in order for them to win, because the offense only does so little. 1st and 10 from the 16, handoff Connor, and he gets 7. 2nd down, but I mean, good God, they're just so inconsistent. They're up and down all over the damn place, and momentum, they can't keep it. They cannot maintain momentum. That's Pittsburgh in a nutshell. Not the city, but the Steelers. 2nd and 4. And Kyler Murray almost sacked. pass incomplete. Nobody's there. Any other time they'd say intentional grounding, even though I wanted on that because it, like the intentional grounding rule is so fucking asinine anymore. Like, they'll throw it if you even throw it, 50 yards downfield, nobody's there. Intentional grounding is if you don't get the ball back to the fucking line of scrimmage, whether you're in or outside of the pocket. As they brought pressure, Landon Roberts up the middle, almost had one sack, as did Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi, with Marcus Golden, the former Cardinal, I might add. And now they're going to work out of the gun, 3rd and 4. Connor to his right, 3 receivers, top of your screen. Arizona's going left to right as TJ Watt, or Alex Highsmith, 56. Takes him down the sack. 4th down, no punt. Unblocked off the edge and just hit him from behind on his blind side. As Arizona's going left to right, Crush Delver screen ready on Dow. Pittsburgh, vice versa, as we near the end of the first quarter here. And, down goes Kyler Murray on the sack. I guess that's a team win online playing Call of Duty. Calvin Austin on the return to about 36. 1st and 10. So, early field goals, but punt contest ever since. 1st 10 Pittsburgh coming up here after this quick 30-second split screen commercial break. 1:07 to play in the first. So, we'll see if they can even, have the ball for 1:07 before they give it back. But run the damn ball. Okay? Seriously, run the damn ball. Rock the Naj. Get a strike or 2. Maybe a turkey. Just move it forward. Pickett's gone to Pickens here a lot early. DJ there with a catch or 2. Nothing to tight ends yet, so why not now? 1st and 10, handoff Najee Harris, and he gets to the 40 for 3. So 2nd down, under a minute to play in this first quarter. But yeah, here, just for them, slow and steady wins the race. It truly does. It truly does. So this will probably be the final play of the quarter unless they go hurry up after this. 2nd and 7, handoff to Naj again for about a yard. So 3rd and 6. They want to snap it real quick down the quarter, but looks like 3rd and 6 begin the second quarter of play. Tied at 3 at home with the Cardinals here. Yeah, they're in no hurry. They're going to let the clock run out. So they'll switch ends, and they'll be going from the hills to the river when we return. So 3-3 at the end of 1. Cardinals tied with the Steelers. As Pittsburgh today is a 6-point home favorite, over under set at about 40. Pull up some stats. As the 2-10 Cardinals and the 7-4 Steelers once again are tied at 3. 15 minutes in. So Kyler Murray, 3 of 7, 24 yards passing, sacked there once by Alex Highsmith. Former Steeler James Conner, 4 carries, 4 yards. Trey McBride has 2 catches, 18 yards. And Rondell Moore from West Lafayette, former Boilermaker out of Purdue, catch for 6 yards. And then Prater's field goal is good from 51. Pittsburgh on the flip side. The Steelers starting quarterback and Kenny Pickett's 5 of 7, 52 yards passing. Najee Harris is 5 carries, 25 yards rushing. Warren 2 of 16 behind him. As Pickens has officially 51 of the 52 yards Kenny Pickett has passing on his 5 completions because Deontay Johnson has 2 of 5. But then Jalen Warren has the catch for negative 4 yards. So do the math, it equals out. Remember, Pickett, had trouble with the snap. They're going to say fumble, but he recovered it. So turnover margin stays the same. As mentioned, they're leading the NFL in that category. But it doesn't mean shit if they're not capitalizing off of it and scoring 8 points because they're still only averaging 16 points a game. Highsmith with the sack, as mentioned. And Boswell's field goal was good from 29 yards. So, we'll see here when we come back. Beginning of the second quarter, how they continue to play. Got a third down coming up. So, we'll leave it at that for what it's worth. As Army-Navy will be next week. Still waiting. Of course, college football. Bowl games to be revealed. So as mentioned, once I find that out, I'll let you know. We're going to recap what happened this weekend in college football, along with a little bit of a preview for what it's worth once I know those games. And then we'll take a look around the NFL as well and preview next week, as the Steelers will be on a short week at home Thursday night against the Patriots. So 3rd and 6, Cardinals bring pressure. Pittsburgh runs a screen, it's incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. So, when Kenny Pickett gets pressured, he seemingly doesn't know what to do with the football other than, spin around until he's, tired of spinning. And just really like an all-out blitz. And they run the screen on 3rd and 6 from the 41. Ball was tipped the line of scrimmage, so fell incomplete. Pittsburgh has to punt again. So, Cardinals, oh, come on. Now kick catch interference. And now they're just shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. The personal foul, the kick catch interference. Just stupid. Unless they pick it up, which they won't. He signaled for a fair catch, then he got ran into. Another personal foul against the Steelers. Yep. So 1st down for the Cardinals. They're taking a timeout, or we're going to play on. We're going to play on. 1st down, Arizona. Just stupidity, Like, they do need to get their hair out of their ass and start playing smart. 1st and 10, Arizona from the 34. Kyler Murray running around, Benton, Watt. Murray still gets 8 yards. Jesus Christ. Now there's a flag on the play. Might be coming back, though, for a hold. Or are they going to say a little man downfield? It's going to be hold on the Steeler defense. God damn. So automatic 1st down. They'll give us an update. We'll look at halftime at the scores of their games, so stay tuned. But here we go, just your typical Steeler game. Well, there's a fast start or slow start. They're playing down their opponent. 1st and 10, Arizona now, once again after the Steeler penalty again from the 47-yard line. Kyler Murray hands off James Conner, missed tackles, and then Herbig finally brings him down. As Pittsburgh has not 1, 2, but 3 former Wisconsin Badgers on the defense. Of course, starting with T.J. Watt and then 2 rookies in Keanu Benton and Nick Herbig. And on back-to-back plays, they're right there on Kyler Murray. So, 2nd and 11. And a quarterback draw. Watt takes him down in the backfield. We'll see if they technically credit that as a sack or tackle for loss, but still going to be 3rd and about 13 coming up here for Arizona. Just keep getting to them. More pressure. Put the pressure on them, not yourself. That's why you're shooting yourselves in the foot, you know. They rely on this defense way too damn much. They do, but 9 times out of 10, they're making stops for him. Neither team's converted on 3rd down yet either, I might add. 3rd and 14 coming up. Don't give up 15, as they love to do, too. Play clock about to expire. They get it off, but Murray going deep. And had a man in Rondell Moore, but he bobbled it and dropped it incomplete. So 4th down, they'll punt. Good coverage by Trenton Thompson. He's played extremely well past couple games. Casey's played well in the black and gold, you know, since he's been here. But getting Minkah Fitzpatrick back today, you know, you have your, you know, quarterback of the secondary back as the punt's going to be down in the end zone. 1st and 10 from the 20 for the Steelers. But then you have a quarterback at linebacker with T.J. Watt, let alone Landon Roberts in the middle of the field, a tackling machine. And then, you know, Cam Hayward up front in the middle. So, yeah, we'll see how the offense can fare here again. I mean, you had, what, 1 good drive with a field goal. Probably should have been a touchdown drive, but then everything else since has been punts. Like, it's momentum. It is. And then the defense, there you go. Continue to make stops. So if they can continue to do that, offense gets rolling. But seemingly going to be a long for Pittsburgh. As I was saying, hopefully no buffer disconnect and reconnect, and then I obviously jinxed it. So it went out. We're good. We're back up and running. Not missing anything anywhere. Commercial break. Just awaiting these college football bowl games to be announced. We know the college football playoff, but these other bowl games, I'm just, you know, it's the wrong edge. Well, interested, excited to see who's going to be playing who. And like I said, once I know that, I'll let you know. But see what Pittsburgh can do here. 3-3 with the Cards. 12:44 to play in the half. They got a 1st and 10 after the punt was down in the end zone for a touchback. So the ball going to be at the 20. And I guess it's slime time. But 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 20. Hand off Najee Harris. 6, maybe 7 yards. You know, do that the whole fucking length of the field. Wear them out. And then you beat them with the pass. You know. It went deep once. Executed. But nothing to really in the middle of the field. They're back to the same old, not using the middle of the field. You know, get these damn tight ends involved. You got to be balanced. You got to be consistent. Maintain momentum that they can't do. Warren in motion. They'll run a toss. Naj near side, and he stumbles forward for a Steeler first down. Pyle's still pushing the 35-yard line. Now it's getting chippy. Some flags are coming out of refs' pockets, flying. And now they're having to break up a fight. So, flag on the play. And now they say illegal formation on the Steelers for whoever was. Well, they say illegal formation on the Steelers, but they say it's on a Cardinals offensive lineman. That makes perfect sense. Even though Steelers have had former, players go to Arizona, James Conner recently. But they said somebody wasn't covered or uncovered. So that comes back. 2nd and 9 from the 21. Pickett near side. Incomplete 10 for Pickens. Another flag comes flying. Maybe a hold or a defensive pass interference. What's the over-under on penalties right now? About 50? Pass interference on this defense, so 15 yards, automatic first down. Be a spot foul, looks like. So, yeah, they're just left and right throwing flags. It's like, let them fucking play. If it's a clear-cut penalty, yeah, call it. If it's not, let them play. And at least call it down the middle. I don't have a problem if, you do, but if you don't. So, yeah, that's it all for the game today. The first drive, they went 65 yards, kicked the field goal. Since then, 3 drives with 3 punts for a total of 30 yards. Hand off to number 30 in the meantime. Jalen Warren out past midfield to the 45-yard line. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. So, keep running it. Keep pounding rock. From Naj to the bowling ball. Just boom, 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 boom. 1-2 punch. Get these tight ends involved, I'm telling you. Where's Freiermuth? Where's Hayward? Where's Washington? Where's Williams? Get these tight ends involved. First and 10. A-Rob in motion. Pitch far side. Jalen Warren for 2. So 2nd down. At least, you're right on the cusp of field goal range here again. If the drive does stall, send Boswell out for another field goal. Take your points so I can get them. Of course, though, would like to score a touchdown or 2 here before too long. Rather than tied at 3, like that probably have some breathing room. A little bit of a lead in the way the defense is playing. Pickens on the slant. First down, so yeah, you have the Pickett to Pickens combo. You have the Pitt to Penn State combo with Kenny Pickett to Pat Freiermuth and Allen Robinson. But first down, Steelers. Can they keep it going, though? It's momentum. Or is this going to stall? From the 33, handoff to Naj. And 10, 13 yards for him, first down. So, about to enter the red zone. Knocking on the door again. Can they punch it in? Can they score? I'm telling you, go to the tight ends. Go to from 8 to 88, to 83, to 80, to 87. I mean, get them the fucking ball. Nothing stupid. Don't be turning the ball over down here. Don't start shooting yourselves in foot penalties again. You got to score a touchdown. I mean, come on. You can't settle for 3 all the damn time. You got to punch it in and score here. About 9 minutes or so to play in the half. Run a screen near side. Warren, good block by Hayward. He sort of shuffles. Looks like he was going to hurdle a man. But he gets about, 4 or 5 yards or so. 2nd and medium. 2nd and 6 coming up. So, maybe work some clock, as well. But just overall, find a way here to put some points on the board. I'll take a field goal, comes down to it, still I will. I mean, but you're, at the 18-yard line, 2nd and 6 coming up, and you got, a handful of shots here to punch it in. Hand off Naj. And for about 3, maybe 4 yards, so 3rd and, half of that coming up. You got to score. Where are the tight ends down the middle of the field right now? Don't throw fucking fade either. I hate them. So we'll see what they draw up here. 3rd and 3, no screen. Unless, they drop and, he's your last resort. Down the middle, Freiermuth. First down, Steelers inside the 10. Thank you. And they'll have a 1st and goal at the 5. Now run the damn ball. Handoff to 22, handoff to 30. Punch it in. Punch this sucker in. So 1st and goal. They'll toss it to Naj. He stumbles again forward, though. Couple yards. Got a 2nd and goal about the 4. He got more than a yard on that run. Give me a break. Officially got 2 on that. 2nd goal now from the 5 because they initially marked Freiermuth down at the 7. Now the pistol. Play clock winding down. Gotta go. They'll get it off. Hand off to Naj, and he gets about the 3-yard line. So 3rd and goal from there coming up. Don't get special. Keep it simple. Nothing stupid. You got a field goal if you don't convert. If you have a 4th and goal at the half-yard line, though, I'm going for it and sneaking it. 3rd and goal from the 3. They're going to throw it, but I'd probably fucking run it. They might have jumped off sides. Pickett, quarterback draw, going to tuck it and run, and he's down at the half-yard line. Of course he is. He's a little slow to get up, too. He took a shot. Yeah, his right ankle. Hopefully he's okay. I'm going for it. 4th and goal from the half-yard line, I'm going for it. You don't get it, they're backed up. Defense gets you a stop. Safety, short field for the offense. Then as Trubisky starts to warm up on the sideline. I mean, at this rate, though, if Pickett's hurt, 4th and goal, you're probably going to kick it rather than, trouble with the snap at the goal line. So he's going to limp off. Yeah, hopefully he's okay. But he's been banged up. As they all have been, They can't stay healthy either, and now they are. So now here we go again with injuries. So 4th and goal coming up for the Steelers. What do? Yeah, exactly. If you go for it and don't get it, defense is going to have them backed up. Might get a safety. Let them in a short field and get the ball back. You kick it, okay, 6-3 lead. But if you score a touchdown when you go for it, you have a touchdown lead. So Trubisky's in at quarterback, so come on, Mitch. What do you got? 4th and goal from the half-yard line, though. You're going to fucking sneak it, let around a dive right up the fucking middle. But no, they'll 4th and goal from the 1 out of the fucking gun. That makes total perfect sense. Jesus Christ. Hand off to Naj. And I don't know. I don't think so. Nope. They stuffed them. You gotta be kidding me. You can't even punch it in from the fucking 1 yard line. Good God. I mean, yeah, you run it, but you don't run a fucking draw out of the gun on 4th and goal from the 1. Get up under fucking center and sneak it. So the defense going to have to bail them out again. And if you don't sneak it, you still hand off, on a goal line situation there. Or maybe you run a play action. Credit to their defense, they stuffed them. So the Steeler defense going to have to make a stop. Just don't give up a 99-yard touchdown drive or a 99-yard, scoring drive. If, they have to settle for a field goal themselves, up 6-3, then look at it. You could have had a field goal there too, and then we're tied at 6 rather than tied at 3. But then hopefully the defense can get a stop for you, maybe a safety. Pressure on Kyler Murray, as they've, got to him a lot early here today already. Get off the field, get a quick 3 and out, get the ball back with a short field. Hopefully Kenny Pickett's all right. It looks like a lower leg injury of some sorts with his ankle. But then, the run game that just stings right there. You drove all that for nothing. That's frustrating. They can't score from the fucking 1 yard line on 4th and goal. That's twice now. They've got inside the red zone and the drive stalled. They had to kick a field goal and then they get nothing. So that's where we're at right now with Pittsburgh offensively. If it ain't, a quick 3 and out and a punt to begin with. And it's the defense, making stop after stop after stop. And, as always, trying to find a way to win the game for them. Which is nothing new. It's not. It's just how it is. Because they are who they are. So, it is what it is at the end of the day. Pickett's getting checked out. Like I said, hopefully he's okay. But then, if it ain't him, it's Mitch Trubisky. And then if it ain't Trubisky, it's, hey, just in time for Christmas. Here we are in December, unleashing hell. Christmas is officially 3 weeks from tomorrow. Got Mason Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, as your emergency third-string quarterback. So Kyler Murray out of the gun on 1st and 10 from the 1. Pass complete for a yard, so they'll have a 2nd and 9 from the 2. But pressure into a turnover. Safety would be nice. And then maybe it's 5-3, like, the Pirates will be on top of the Cardinals. St. Louis, not Arizona. But, come on, defense. Get a stop. They'll run a draw. Connor to the 8. So they're getting some breathing room. And I got a 3rd and short. Can they get off the field? Atlanta Roberts on one knee. So here we go, getting the fucking injuries. They get healthy and then they can't catch a break. It's somebody else. It's been the season for them. If it ain't this guy, it's this guy. It's still standard next man up mentality, but just frustrating. Especially on defense with the injuries. But Pickett's, it's been a couple times this year for him, but then for the most part defensively, the linebackers, especially in the middle. They lost Cole Holcomb a month ago, lost Quan Alexander shortly after that. They brought back Miles Jack. He's on the practice squad. Signed Blake Martinez. He's still inactive. Unlike, the normal Pittsburgh not doing anything, past 2 years with the con man, Omar Khan, taking over Kevin Colbert, they actually make moves, when they need to. And, okay, Pickett's coming out of the Blue tent. Okay, now he's going to the locker room to get checked out. Probably get a fucking x-ray on it. Hopefully he's okay. 3rd and 3 from the 8. But then from Cam Hayward to Minka, you know. And last year, remember, it was TJ Watt until he came back. And, you know, he's been playing his ass off again this year. Like another Defensive Player of the Year, as he won the award 2 years back. 3rd and 3 from the 8. For the Cards, they convert first down and out past the 20 to the 29 they go. So just like that, defense just broke. And as we near halftime, 3 and change to play with the 2-minute warning nearing, both teams still have all 3 timeouts. We're tied at 3. Arizona's, you know, got a little bit of a spark, and they're going to try to, you know, maintain this drive and score and have a lead going into halftime. And more power to them, more credit to them. I mean, because on the Steeler offense, they overall as a team can't catch a break with the injuries, but the offense then can't punch it in, drive stall. Defense, yeah. Most time they're making stops. Of course, now they're not, but then overall as a team, they can't maintain momentum. You know, they need a turnover right now is what they need. 2nd and 10 from the 29. Murray on the give. More missed tackles. And then pushed out. But the other thing, too, is, of course, the penalties. They've shot themselves in the foot. But because remember, that personal foul, not the kick catch interference, the personal foul before it, they're off the field getting the ball back. Drive stays alive, Arizona kicks the field goal. That's why we're tied at 3 right now. 3rd and 6 from the 33. They do have to snap it here, as there's about a 2.5 second differential between the game clock and play clock. More missed tackles, and then Levi Wallace wraps them up at midfield. So now we hit the 2-minute warning. $1:58 officially to play in the half. Arizona's going to have 1st and 10 with a short field and 3 timeouts, looking to score before halftime. And then, from what I can recall, oh yeah, that's right. The Cardinals are going to get the ball to begin the second half as well because Pittsburgh received. Come on, Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Grow the fuck up and get your head out of your ass and play some fucking football. You're in the NFL, for God's sakes. They're just... Here we go again, playing like a bunch of fucking 3rd graders. They are. And they're far from unleashing hell. Okay? Far from it. I don't care if it's December or not. You know, they're far from doing just that. So, just is what it is until they can find a groove. It truly is. Maybe, you know, the Steeler defense can get a stop, force field goal, let alone getting Rod Tidwell's head and have him tell his agent, Jared McGuire, to tell the Cardinals to, you know, show me the money and, you know, cause some frustration and, you know, with off the field antics, you know, that would lead to on the field and, you know, just, they need to stop. They need to stop. You know, once again, you look at Pittsburgh, okay? They're 7-4. And they're hosting the 2-10 Cardinals today. They very well could be fucking 2-10 themselves. You know, they also could be 11-0. They could be 0-11. Let alone anywhere in between, you know? But you are, you know, what your record says you are. And they're 7-4. Of the 4 losses, as all 7 wins are by 1 score, 2 of the 4 losses, blowouts, even though the final score, really doesn't show how close the game was. And then a 10-point loss and a game-winning field goal loss by 3. So they need to stop here before halftime, because if not, Arizona's going to have momentum going into the second half. They're going to need another stop, in the second half sometime. That pass incomplete. Who knows about Kenny Pickett's injury status right now? Mitch Trubisky to play quarterback. He loves to turn football over. That's something they haven't done recently. I don't know if they'd still be able to run the football with him or not. Atlanta Roberts now out with a groin injury, and Kenny Pickett's doubtful to return with an ankle. So, yeah, it'll be Mitch Trubisky. So Rudy better get ready. If Trubisky goes down with an injury as well, because that's the only way he'll be able to come in and play if, Trubisky also goes down hurt because he's the emergency third-string quarterback then. So, third down coming up. Steelers calling their timeouts, maybe. Going to try to hope to get the ball back, but yeah, Trubisky at quarterback, he loves turning football over. He just fucking heaves it up there, and okay, somebody's going to be there to catch it. Yeah, it's the opponent, not your teammates. And they pick him off. I mean, he's made some plays, but they're going to have to rely on this run game and rely on this defense if they want to win this game today. And they're going to get by, skin their ass again. That's just how it's going to be. That's just where we are for Pittsburgh and the Steelers, games at this rate. It's just fucking pathetic. But it's just, hey, how it is what it is, so I'll leave it at that. So, 3rd and 6 Arizona. Ball at 45. After the Steeler timeout, they'll get the snap. And down the middle, it's caught. First down. God damn. Now, flag on the play, so the clock's going to stop. We'll see who this is going to be in favor of, though. With the penalty against... Looks like the Steeler defense. Actually, they pick it up. No foul in the play. First down, Arizona. Okay. You got to get off the field, get a stop. I mean, Arizona's already in field goal range, so they're going to at least get a field goal here before halftime. Just don't let them score. And don't let them, get a 2-for-1 and double dip. Because, as mentioned, they'll get the ball to begin the second half as well. Like, they need to wake the fuck up. Right now, they do. Like, this is an absolute fucking doozy. 1st and 10 from the 27. And a handoff. Watt on the tackle. And for about a 2-3 yard pickup. So we got a timeout on the field. Who's it by, though? Steelers. All right, they'll have one left. So they'll call it probably after 3rd down. I mean, maybe after the 2nd down play, then let the clock run. We'll see. Depends on what happens on this next play and then the following play. If they get 1st down, you let it run. But they're already in field goal range. So they're going to get some points here, it looks like, before halftime. But if you do even get the ball back before halftime, how much time is going to be left, though, is the thing. I get they're trying to stop the clock, but... And now they're going to take a fucking commercial break. All right. And in the meantime, they're talking about the weather. Sun was out shining a little bit ago. A little windy. Yeah. As mentioned, though, it did rain yesterday. I guess there's obviously more rain on the way. So that's going to be the second half for you. then for Pittsburgh, with a backup quarterback, it's still the run game and defense. And then turnovers. And then capitalizing off of the turnovers. They got to find a groove. They got to maintain momentum. And they truly need to stop here on defense before and after halftime. Don't let them get anything, let alone one or two and get a 2-for-1 because they'll get the ball back at the beginning of the second half. No, just make your stops. This game's still going to come down to the wire. That's what I said earlier. Don't be shocked. Don't be surprised. This is some sort of trap game for them. They still play like ass. And, they're still trying to figure out a way to win. But it's just who they are. There's no in between. There isn't. So, just until then, it's frustrating as all hell, and this is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. Not a damn thing. And I know they know that they could be playing 10 times better than they are, but for whatever reason, they just love playing down to their opponent. It's like, for once, don't you think you want to play your fucking game? Like, they're struggling against a 2-win team. But that's the NFL. So 2nd and 7 from the 25. And they'll run a draw with Connor. That's a hold. That is a hold. Thank you. 10 yards, they'll replay it down. Because you don't want to give them that yardage there. You got a couple yards to be 3rd and short. You want 2nd and 17. Even though you only have a timeout, there's a minute 14. You take the penalty. If you would have tackled them for a loss in the backfield, you decline it. It's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. But now 2nd and 17. And the rain is starting to fall. So we'll see how much the weather now plays a factor. Because those clouds are dark. Pass complete, far side. They get to the 21. Another flag on the play, so the clock's going to stop either way. Be 3rd down, though, coming up, but as I'm no meteorologist, you still got to play through it, Aaron Hernandez is back, and now they pick it up. No flag on the play, 3rd down. So 3rd and 4. Why are you calling your 3rd timeout now? The clock will stop because of the penalty. But then they did pick it up. So it would have ran. So you do have to call your timeout there. Okay. So then you get a stop, 4th and whatever. They drain the clock, call timeout, kick it. You're probably getting the ball back with, 30, 40 seconds, give or take. Yeah, just. If they would have said penalty, clock would stop. They'd still have the timeout, but they had to call it. They did it. Yeah, it's smart. You call it. Because if not, they would have drained the clock, then snapped it. You still have timeout. You're down that time then. And then, it's still around what they'd get the ball back around with potentially. They can get off the field, though. 3rd and 4, and Arizona's 3 of 3 on third down on this drive, and they'll convert again. And now they got a 1st and goal at the 6, so now you let the clock run. They got 3 timeouts, though, so with a minute, I mean, that's an eternity. They can do whatever the hell they want. Just keep them out of the end zone. I mean, seriously, keep them out of the end zone here. 1st and goal officially at the 7. Keep them out of the end zone. Force field goal. And then it goes back to when, you went for it. Do you kick it at the 1? Do you go for it? Pickett was hurt on the previous play. They went for it, didn't get it. Could have kicked it. Could have had 3 points there. Settle for, hold them to a field goal here. We're tied at 6 at halftime. Or if you give them a touchdown, you're only down 4 rather than 7. 2nd and goal after about a 2-yard run by Connor. Is the rain's really coming down now? As like I said, I mentioned earlier, it rained yesterday, but the sun was just shining to begin this game. A little windy, now it's raining, so, you'd think wind's going to be a factor with it as well. So we'll see about special teams later. And that's why you take your points while you can get them. You don't know when you're going to need them later. If points are at a premium, you take them, right? You don't chase them. But 2nd and goal for the Cardinals with 24 seconds to play in the half. From the 5, 2nd and goal. And Kyler Murray into the end zone, caught, touchdown Cards. God damn. And now they're going to say incomplete. He dropped it. Incomplete, 3rd and goal. Arizona's saying that's a catch. Now the refs say catch, touchdown. So they'll look at this. You have to find any bit of evidence to return it. Caught it, left, right, but Minka hits him as he's going down. And then the ball came out. Knees down, though. Then the ball popped out. Yeah. And an elbow, too. Then the ball came out. Then it went out the back of the end zone, so that'd be a touchback. Let alone, it'd be a touchback. Would say a safety. But no. Yeah. From incomplete to touchdown, they're still going to look at it. If it was incomplete, they'd have to find an indisputed evidence to return it for a touchdown. Touchdown, they have to find an indisputed evidence to return it to incomplete, And it's probably better they call it a touchdown because then it's automatically reviewed. I mean, you're under 2 minutes anyway, so it'd still be under review. Cardinals, let alone the Steelers, couldn't challenge anyway, so whether it's a catch and a touchdown or incomplete, they're still looking at it. Rolling on the field is a touchdown. Looks like it will stand and be a touchdown, Arizona. And then they'll have a extra point to come here. Steelers will probably just take a knee, especially with a backup quarterback, loading in the weather now, going into halftime. Cardinals have momentum. Cardinals can get the ball back to begin the second half. And, yeah, Pittsburgh's down 7. Hopefully no more early mid-third quarter. I'm going to get off the field again. They're going to have to rely on this defense to, make stop for him. But oh wait, what did I just say? Don't allow them to go on a 99-yard scoring drive? What did they just fucking do? I mean, seriously. Arizona literally just drove the length of the fucking field and scored. So, okay, offense was playing good early. Defense, a little bit. And then the offense started slowing down. Defense picked up. But then the offense is like at a, point there, just stalled. Just standing still. And now the defense is the same. Like, they cannot catch a break. They can't. So they're looking at it. Previous plays under further review. They say touchdown on the field. We'll see what the call is here in a second. Yeah, they just gave up a 99-yard touchdown drive, if it stands. So here's the call. After review, now they say incomplete. So it'll be 3rd and goal Arizona from the 5 with 20 seconds to play in the half. And they still have 2 timeouts. So it's incomplete. Still 3-3. Come on, defense, get a stop. And it is similar to Deontay Johnson's catch for a touchdown they said no, incomplete to last week. And then remember, a play later they fumbled. Cincinnati went and scored. And Pittsburgh had to come back. But 3rd and goal Arizona now from the 5 after the touchdown was called off. In the meantime, pass caught at the goal line. They say touchdown anyway. So they go right back to him and touchdown Arizona. So they're still going to have a touchdown lead here at halftime. God damn. They still give up a 99-yard touchdown drive. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's touchdown.
The conditions that they're in and the fact that when you're a quarterback and you have that type of trust in your receiver, whether it's a tight end or running back or a wide receiver, the fact when you're able to release the ball early because you have that trust tells me a lot.
So the extra point's up and good. It is 10-3 Cardinals on top of the Steelers. God damn. I don't even know what to say. I don't. Because Pittsburgh's with no timeouts, 15 seconds, not going to do anything before halftime. They'll take a knee. Especially with Trubisky at quarterback. You don't do anything stupid. But then the defense going to be right back out there. To begin the second half. So they're going to have to get a stop. Find a way to win this game. Just man. Overall, they can't catch a break, but it's their own fucking fault. They just love playing like this. And in a couple hours, we're either going to be real excited they came back and won, or we're going to be pissed off because they lost one of the worst teams in the fucking league. Touchback on the kick. So Pittsburgh 1st and 10 from the 25, 15 seconds, no timeouts. We'll see if they even try to do anything. Trubisky's in at quarterback because Pickett is doubtful to return with an ankle injury as the rain continues to fall. Halftime nears. Yeah, they're just going to take a knee. The stadium's emptying out with the fans leaving their seats to the concourse to get away from the rain. As we hit halftime, Cardinals leading the Steelers 10-3. And Arizona scored 10 unanswered. And this is an NFC West opponent for the Steelers today. Remember, they lost to the 49ers week 1. Beat the Rams right before Halloween on the road. They got to go to Seattle on New Year's Eve. But yeah, they're in the 5th spot right now in the AFC playoffs with another month of football to be played. As I said all season long, you take care of business, you're going to be right there in the thick of it. If you need help, whether you get it or not, okay, we'll see. And then it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. But you want to win the AFC games over the NFC games, but you want to win them all, you know, because they're still in a good spot. But then here we go again. They're playing down to their opponent. They're 7-4. Arizona's 2-10. Pittsburgh very well could be also 2-10, let alone 0-11, 11-0, anywhere in between. Like, they are so inconsistent. They cannot maintain momentum. They have a running game, but now Kenny Pickett's hurt at quarterback, so insert, for what it's worth, number 10, Mitch Trubisky with the emergency third-string quarterback then, and Mason Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, just in time for fucking Christmas. So hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving, have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, as well, Happy Holidays for one of those type of people. But yeah, at halftime, the Cardinals lead the Steelers 10-3. And as Pittsburgh was healthy, at full strength, seemingly for the first time since week 1. Now here we go again. They still can't catch breaks. As soon as somebody comes back, somebody else goes down. Let me hold my thought on the Steelers' first half, because just perfect timing. So we had halftime in this Cardinals-Steeler game. As the College Football Playoff has been revealed a little over 2 hours ago from Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama, 1, 2, 3, 4, respectively, we're now finding out the rest of the New Year's 6 bowl games, along with the rest of the bowl games. So we'll begin with the Cotton Bowl. It's going to be Ohio State and Missouri. The Peach Bowl will be Penn State and Ole Miss. So the Nittany Lions are going to be going to Atlanta to play in their first ever Peach Bowl on December the 30th against the Rebels from Oxford. That should be an interesting matchup between the 10th ranked Nittany Lions and 11th ranked Rebs. So that's your Peach Bowl. What's next? Orange Bowl? Fiesta Bowl? So I'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube of that game. Noon, December the 30th. Penn State Ole Miss in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. And if Penn State wins the Peach Bowl on their first ever appearance, they'd be the first ever college football team in history to win all New Year's Six bowl games. So Penn State's going to the Peach Bowl. The Orange Bowl will be Florida State and Georgia. Of course, Florida State even undefeated at 13-0 in ACC champs. Georgia losing yesterday in this championship game to Alabama. Not going to get the chance to repeat for the third straight year. As national champions, they'll be in the Orange Bowl, but Florida State not in the Final Four in the playoff. So that'll be your Orange Bowl. And I'll give you picks here in a second. Waiting on the Fiesta Bowl. We'll see who the highest ranked non-Power 5 is as well. Seemingly probably going to take on Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl. As they'll show off some highlights here at halftime as well. On both CBS and Fox, actually. Both games are at halftime at the same point in time. The Cardinals and Steelers and Lions Saints with both visiting teams up at the half. So we'll pull up some stats here in a minute. continue discussion with Arizona Pittsburgh shortly. So stay tuned. We'll get back on track here. I know a little bit more. We're on the tracks, but we're not. We're a little off course today with everything going on. We'll reset here in a second. Just awaiting on the Fiesta Bowl to be announced, and then like I said, I'll give you game picks. We'll recap, we'll preview a little bit, and go on from there. So right now I just gotta wait. Come on, let's go. Show on the road. The decision was made. Enough's enough. It is what it is. Let's fucking go. Come on. Tough shit. And then, yeah, the Fiesta Bowl is going to be Oregon and Liberty as the highest ranked non-Power 5. So, from backwards the playoff, that Fiesta Bowl with a non-Power 5 in it has upset the highest ranked team before. Boise State, a few times. So don't be surprised as Liberty can score. If they, give Oregon a run for their money. But I'd take the Ducks, quack, quack, over the Flames of Liberty. The Orange Bowl, Georgia's going to fuck up Florida State. Because they're going to be sick in the knolls, like the dogs they are, especially after losing us the championship game yesterday to Alabama and then not making the playoff. If they would have won, they'd be in, and Alabama wouldn't be in. Alabama would be in one of those New Year's Six bowl games. And who knows the matchups then? As we had chaos in college football this weekend. We did. For the first time in quite a while. As college football is chaotic to begin with, but especially this late in the season to, figure out, the final straws. Yeah. Chaos, to say the least. And then I'd take Penn State, of course, to defeat Ole Miss in the Peach Bowl. Ohio State defeat Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. Yeah, so give them the Buckeyes or the Tigers. And then the other matchup, would be the college football playoff. Would be the Rose Bowl and Sugar Bowl. Michigan, Alabama, and Washington, Texas. And if we get Texas, Alabama, that's a rematch from earlier this season. Of course, the Horns hooked the Tide on the road early. You had the Alamo Bowl last year with Washington, Texas. That's a rematch in the Sugar Bowl this year. They both can score, so may the best team win there. I think whoever probably wins the line of scrimmage in the Rose Bowl with Michigan and Alabama is probably going to win that game. Michigan's third straight, college football playoff appearance, but they've lost in the semis the previous 2 years. Can they get over that hump? As now they'll give us the rest of the top 25. Kansas State's 25, SMU's 24, Liberty's 23. So it's one spot difference between the non-Power 5. Clemson's 22, Tennessee 21. They just said we got a weather delay with the Cardinals and Steelers because of the rain. So they're going to take us to a different game to begin the second half. So we'll get back to the action with Arizona and Pittsburgh when they restart the game. 10-3 at halftime, so we got some time to kill, I guess, now, awaiting the game to come back with all the rain, as it's going to be raining, as it was yesterday here, central western Pennsylvania, now on the eastern side of the state, in Philadelphia for today's game between the Niners and Eagles. And then there's, with that sunshine in the middle, nothing but now more rain. Oklahoma State's 20, Oregon State's 19, NC State 18, Iowa dropped to 17 after getting shut out last night in the Big Ten championship game against Michigan, and then Notre Dame 16. So we'll continue on with this for a minute and then get back on track with Cardinals Steelers in a weather delay. First time in quite a while Steelers have been in a weather delay. If ever before. Louisville's 15, Arizona 14, LSU 13. Oklahoma just missed out on the New Year's 6 at 12, as Ole Miss is 11, and they sneak in with Florida State not being in the 4 at 10 and 2. So Ole Miss, Penn State, in the Peach Bowl between two 10 and 2 Big Ten SEC schools. Which should be a damn good game. And then Penn State's 10, Missouri 9, as they were entering this past weekend. Oregon's 8, Ohio State 7, and then we know 1 through 6, with 6 being Georgia. Florida State's 5, and then Alabama got in at 4. Texas 3, as head-to-head matters, it does. Always has. Then what's the point of playing the fucking game? And then Washington's 2 and Michigan's 1, as both are undefeated at 13-0 and conference champions. So your college football playoff once again is as follows: 2 semis are the Rose and Sugar Bowl. Michigan at 1 will take on Alabama, who's ranked 4th. The Sugar Bowl is the 2-3 with Washington and Texas. And then on down the line from there, with the rest of the top 12 for next year's 12-team playoff, but only 11 with the highest ranked non-Power 5 made the New Year's 6, as they seemingly always do. So the Orange Bowl is Florida State, Georgia. The Peach Bowl is Penn State, Ole Miss. The Cotton Bowl is Missouri, Ohio State. And then the Fiesta Bowl is Oregon and Liberty. So let me know your thoughts and opinions on those matchups in the comments below. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As this is the stream, audio only, NFL, Arizona Cardinals at Pittsburgh Steelers, live watch long reactions live here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Once again, as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But at halftime, as the Cardinals are leading the Steelers 10-3, they say we are at a weather delay with the rain. So the game has been put on hold. We're paused for the time being until we get the show back out on the road. Who knows how long that's going to be, but I'll stick with it live right here on YouTube up until then, as it'll give us some time to collect our thoughts and hit the reset button and roll on from there. So, yes, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Stay up to date. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Cardinals, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As we're at halftime for both the Cardinals Steelers game and the Lions-Saints game, with both visiting teams up. Arizona 10-3 on Pittsburgh, and Detroit officially 24-7 on top of New Orleans. So take a look around the league. Early third quarter now, as they take us from Cardinals Steelers in a weather delay to the Broncos-Texans game. Houston's up on Denver 13-3. So there's the graphic for Arizona-Pittsburgh, 10-3 at halftime and a weather delay. So we'll get back to, whenever. Hopefully sometime soon, but who knows how long it's going to last. Should probably check the weather and check the radar. But yeah, 13-3 Texans leading the Broncos. Also early third quarter, Miami's up on Washington 31-7. And then the Steelers' next opponent, the New England Patriots, they trail at home 6-0 against the Chargers. At halftime, as mentioned, Lions up on the Saints 24-7. Titans leading the Colts 17-13. Falcons 10-5 on top of the Jets. So obviously we had a safety in that matchup. And then it's 10-3 at halftime here, Cardinals Steelers. But we are in a weather delay with the current rain. So we are Penn State. We'll check out AccuWeather and look at the radar. Once again, I'm no meteorologist, but this is now, I believe, the second all-time weather delay for a Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium event. The other would have been Garth Brooks about 4 years ago, in which I was at, and the show was put on hold for what I can recall, probably about an hour or so. It's really the lightning is what it is. So look at the radar. Maybe 3 through a 5, 3-10, they might get back to it. But then there's going to be more rain after. I mean, I think they should be able to, play in the rain, though, afterwards. I mean, shit, they should be able to be playing in the rain now as it is. But all they fucking care about is player safety anymore, which I can understand, okay? And, of course, the health and, safety of the fans. But it's always a lightning strike, and then it's 30 minutes, So we're in a weather delay. We'll see how long this lasts. Had one of these a few years back for Penn State football. They actually played Pitt. And the final meeting between the two schools was the 100th all-time meeting. And Kenny Pickett would have been the starting quarterback for the Panthers on the road in Happy Valley, taking on the blue and white. And now, eat shit, Pitt, they're not going to the bowl game, but Penn State is going to the Peach Bowl for the first time ever to take them Ole Miss in a first ever meeting, I might add. And I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. So be sure to tune in then at high noon, December the 30th. So now that we know that, we're about 2 hours or so in, sitting at halftime, but in a weather delay. So we'll try to buy the time and use it to our advantage. But just in the meantime, thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Once again, links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, 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 for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. As a viral disaster sweeps across America while Hank Broadman and his family are at Hightower Amusement Park. As society crumbles, Hank must guide his 9-year-old daughter Sarah through a treacherous, scathing new world as victims of the virus bleed from their eyes, becoming faster and more violent with long nails and teeth, as their skin breaks out in hives while they utter strange phrases, a shadow of who they once were. Being a former virologist, Hank uncovers the virus's origin and how it came to be, but it's not just people. Plants and animals alike fall victim to this dreadful disease, as his trees turn black, bleeding sap, while their snake-like roots wrap around all remaining life. Grass turns dry and red, and animals of all kinds become rabid beasts. Hank must fight at all costs to protect his daughter, Sarah, once again 9 years old, whose innocence degrades with each turn of a page. With no hope in sight, Hank takes matters into his own hands, piecing together clues regarding the source of the lethal virus, from mysterious radio messages to evidence at the Pentagon to rumors of a cure. Hank slowly realizes what he must do to bring this to an end. The more he learns of this wretched sickness, the faster he sheds his own humanity, desperate to save himself from his little girl, save himself and his little girl, from a world in ruin. So, you can find Dead and Hungry on Amazon for your Kindle for $4.99. The paperback edition is about $15. And, well, if that doesn't interest you, might as well be what the title says. So, be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Links in the description below once more. So we sit at halftime in a weather delay with the Cardinals and Steelers. Arizona up 10-3 on Pittsburgh. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Game on CBS with Kevin Harlan and Trent Green and Penn State's own Melanie Collins on the call. As the former Steeler James Conner has returned to the Steel City, toting the rock for the Bird Gang, the Red Sea, if you will, out there in the desert. Even though they're 2-10, they have a 7.103 lead at halftime. So still got a lot of football left to be played, but Pittsburgh, truly, they got to get their head out of their ass and wake the fuck up and play some football. Be the opponent online that, camps, if you will, in Call of Duty to take out Kyler Murray and the Cards at this rate, okay? Like, just do what you got to fucking do to, find a way to win this game. Once again, it's December, time to unleash hell, but they're far from doing that. It's Super Bowl 43 rematch. I mean, they don't have any momentum, seemingly at all, here today. And even if they, did, they can't maintain it. That's just who they are. And from, a health perspective, they were entering today's game, I would say, as healthy as they've been all year long, dating back to week 1. But then, as they're going up against former Steelers again, which, has been every fucking game this year, which, yeah, it can happen, but it seems like it's happening every fucking game at this rate. They can't catch a break. As soon as somebody comes back, okay, then the more injuries. It's mainly been defensively. Remember, Cam Hayward went down. He's since returned. Micah Fitzpatrick went down. He returned today. They've been banged up at middle linebacker. Landon Roberts went down. So it's standard to standard, next man up mentality. You play with who you have because you believe with, the 53 on the active roster, let alone the practice squad. And they've brought back Miles Jack and signed Blake Martinez. Injuries continue to pile up. We're going to be seeing them before too long. Roberts is a tackling machine. Hate to see him go down with a groin injury, if I'm not mistaken. But then, still, as they've only sacked Kyler Murray once, it was on the third down, so fourth down they punted. But, really since then, Arizona's took control of the game. They have. Right before halftime, they went 99 yards and scored a touchdown. Okay. It was a catch and a touchdown on the field. They say incomplete. One play later, they still score anyway. So it's still 10-3 at halftime in a weather delay here still because of the rain. But I think we should be getting back to the action shortly. Only time will tell, though. We'll see. See how long this weather delay lasts. But you got to get pressure. You got to get turnovers. They've done a decent job at stopping the run. Arizona has as many rushing yards, halved at least, is what Pittsburgh does. 1447 to Pittsburgh's 20 for 91 total as a team. And we'll get to the individual stats and team stats here in a second. But, here we go again, really same old with the Steelers. Whether it's an early lead, that's all they do until late, or if they're down, they're coming from behind. They need momentum. They need to maintain momentum because that's something they can't do. Once they get it, they let it slip and slide away, especially with the rain now. Can they make stops defensively? Can they get a turnover or two? Can they capitalize, off of it? Take your points with field goals as they did. They could have took another field goal there, but you seemingly do go for it, from the 1 yard line on the fourth and goal. The play call. It was a draw up the middle. They just couldn't fucking execute, though. Credit to the Arizona Cardinal defense. They stuffed them. And then they went 99 yards before halftime and scored. So that's on the Steeler defense right there. They couldn't get off the field. Remember, truly, the difference in this game is a 15-yard penalty that Pittsburgh had called against them on third down. They were able to get off the field, but because of the penalty, the Cardinal drive stayed alive, and then the Cardinals kicked the field goal. So they don't have that. They just have the touchdown before halftime. It's 7-3 rather than 10-3, let alone, they don't go on the 99-yard touchdown drive. Okay, nothing, let alone tied up with a field goal themselves. Pittsburgh, a couple punts, after an early 3-0 lead. It should have been a touchdown drive. You look at it early. Got into the 20 and the drive stalled. And then, a couple punts. Get inside the 20 again. Okay, they could have kicked it. There's 3 points off the board. Really, you look at it that way. But, it's fourth and goal at the 1. You go for it, you score. Okay, you're up 10-3. You give up a touchdown to them, you're tied at 10 then at halftime. But then you go for it. Okay, get it. Touchdown. You go for it. Or if you kick the field goal, okay, 6 points. But if you go for it and don't get it, as they didn't, you're in a good spot. They're backed up. Defense needs to stop, but then they didn't get the stop. No safety, no short field to work with. It's not 5-0 or 5-3 or 10-5 or. Got an update. Hold on. Got a weather delay still with the Cardinals and Steelers. Okay, 3:05 for warm-ups, so about 2 minutes from now, and then they said the game's going to resume at a 3:20, so about 17, 18, 20 minutes away from getting back to the action with the Steelers and Cardinals. So basically like a double halftime for the NFL from now until when they get back, but truly like, I mean, almost close to an hour. So then you think about it too, how do these teams, as I would think they're in the locker room trying to stay, acclimated and trying to stay, loose, but how long is it going to take if they, do slow down to, get rolling? Who's going to take advantage of, this stoppage? Maybe this gives Pittsburgh some more time to wake the fuck up and, realize they're playing like complete dog shit and go out and play Steelers football. Run the damn ball, play good defense, rely on special teams, and just find a way to fucking win. But as I was saying, yeah, it's not, let alone baseball either. You got the Cardinals and the Pittsburgh, sports team. Whether that's the Pirates, the Steelers, okay, and they're not playing the Diamondbacks either, okay? Yeah, at least we have some update on that. Pre-game warm-ups now, and at least coming out of halftime for warm-ups. And then the game's going to resume about 3:20, they said. So for a 1 o'clock game, normally 3 hours, going to go to about 4, a little after 4. We're probably going to roll on probably close till 5 o'clock until this game gets over with. And then we'll do what we normally do with talking about everything afterwards. But no, yeah, they go for it, don't get it. Remember, the play before then, though, Kenny Pickett went down with the injury, okay? So Mitch Trubisky's going to be in at quarterback. He was technically in for 2 plays offensively since then. Even though a lot of times past in-game and real-life time, I mean, the Cardinals went on officially a 99-yard touchdown drive to end the half. Steelers with a kneel down then to go into halftime, and then we have the weather delay. As that 99-yard touchdown drive officially took up only about 4.5, 5 minutes. But it was a 15-play, drive. They were 4-4 on third down. The Steelers had, right before then, a 12-play, 80-yard drive that ended on a turnover on downs. That took up almost 8 minutes. So, you look at the overall, team stats. Even though they're down, they're winning and this and that, but that doesn't fucking matter when, you're, not leading, not winning the game. So with all that being said then, too, it's 10-3, yeah, but Pittsburgh's down to Mitch Trubisky at quarterback. And to help him out, they're going to have to run the football. They might become one-dimensional, but he's going to have to make some plays, no doubt about it. But get the tight ends involved down the middle of the field, run the damn ball, just nothing stupid. He loves to turn the football over. He loves to throw interceptions, okay? No wonder he's a backup quarterback, okay? He just loves to throw interceptions. We're not going to get to see Rudolph with his nose shining so bright before Christmas unless Trubisky goes down with an injury, because he's only dressed as the emergency third-string quarterback and only eligible to go into the game if both quarterbacks ahead of him go down with injuries. So it's going to be Mitch Trubisky seemingly the rest of the way. Now, unless with this weather delay, that somehow, as they said, Kenny Pickett with an ankle injury was doubtful to return, he'll give it a go. But then with the weather, one-score game, okay, yeah, potentially that. But with the weather, the way they're able to run the football, short week again. Same thing, remember, Jacksonville to Tennessee. And then it was the injury. And then does he play? And then he does. And then he's been good since. And that was a month ago already. And here we are again, same thing. Like, he's been banged up, as they all have been. I mean, you're going to have bumps and bruises along the way, especially this point in time of the season. But they just can't catch a break with injuries. But you got to play through it, and you got to play through this weather. And we'll see if there's anything, with the rain once we get back to it or not, or if it's all gone, and then it, picks back up later on. Because like I said, yesterday it rained. Nice this morning, of course, nice for kickoff. I mean, shit, the sun was shining. But then it started to get windy. Here comes the system moving in, and then it rains. And that's why we're in a weather delay. But yeah, Mitch Trubisky's going to be in at quarterback, it seems like, for the Steelers. So, yeah, run the damn ball. Just nothing stupid, okay? Don't be shooting yourselves in the foot with penalties. As we've seen a lot of them today, only 7 officially. They picked up a couple of them as well. So, yeah, Pittsburgh's winning time of possession by about 5 minutes. Have one more penalty for 9 more yards, 4 for 40 compared to 3 of 31. But just don't shoot yourselves in the foot. Don't be starting to turn the ball over. Stick to the run game. Defense probably still going to have to win you the game, no doubt about it, as they seemingly always do. But just, like, they need a spark. They need a drive, as they did, but then they turned it over on downs and they gave them a 99-yard touchdown drive, and then now they're down. But they need a spark. They need another long drive there, but they need to execute and convert. They need to score. You can't settle for field goals. I'll take another field goal or two depending on the time in the second half, and if you can hold defensively and it's still, close. But you can't settle for field goals all the damn time. You got to score points. You got to score touchdowns. Name of the game is to win, not losing. This ain't fucking golf. It's not the lowest score that wins. It's the highest score that wins. So they just got to wake the fuck up, get their head out of their ass, and weasel their way back. They're 7-4 once again. Could be better, could be worse, but they are who they are. It is what it is. They're still in a good spot. They just got to take care of business, and it fucking starts now again. So we'll see here, 10 minutes or so when we get back to it. This is like now the normal halftime, 10 minutes. For an NFL game we just ended the first half. 10, 12 minutes later, we're going to begin the second half. It's going to be the score it just was. Thing is, remember, the Cardinals are getting the ball to begin the second half because they kicked off to begin the game. Steelers received, went and drove, kicked the field goal. Okay? Really should have been a touchdown drive, you think about it. It should have been. And then a couple punts. As Arizona tied it up in the meantime, there was a punt contest there for a little while as well. And then the Steelers had the drive. They did. And then, stalled at the 1-yard line. They couldn't punch it in on 4th and goal from the 1. And then Arizona went 99 and gave Pittsburgh a ton of problems. Now being down 7-10-3 at halftime. So, Cardinals lead Steelers 10-3 at half, as we still are at halftime in a weather delay. 10-3 your score. Kyler Murray, 9 of 16, 95 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Trey McBride. Technically threw it to him twice. Caught it twice. They said incomplete on the first one. Overturned the very next play, scored anyway. So, Murray. That'd be James Murray, the head coach of the Cardinals as well, with Kyler at quarterback. Steelers looking like a complete fucking joke. No doubt about it. 9 of 16, 95 yards and a touchdown. Sacked once by Alex Highsmith. The Cardinals as a team had 14 carries, 47 yards rushing, with Michael Carter having half of that, 2 for 23. And then James Conner, 10 of 17. That's just typical JC, because that's what he did in Pittsburgh. And then Kyler Murray, 2 of 7. And McBride, 6 catches, 67 yards in the score. Elijah Higgins, 1 for 21. Rondell Moore has a catch for 6. And then Jeff Swain 1 for 1. So they're, just a little over 100 total yards. Arizona is. Of course, Prater's field goal was good from 51. Pittsburgh on the flip side. Kenny Pickett, 70%, averaging 10 yards a throw. 7 of 10 for 70 yards. And then Najee Harris, they're balanced in the run game, at least yardage-wise. He has 6 more carries than Warren does, but 11 carries for 48 yards rushing for 22, and then the bowling ball, the bulldozer, Jalen Warren, 5 carries for 41 yards. Pickett 3 of 3, but was injured on that quarterback draw up the middle down at the 1-yard line. 4th and goal. He's hurt with an ankle injury. Do they go for it? Do they kick it? They went for it, didn't get it. 99 yards later, Cardinals take a 10-3 lead going at halftime. Here we are, still at the half and a weather delay. Freiermuth with a catch for 8 yards. Deontay Johnson 2 of 5. As George Pickens leads away with 3 catches, 61 yards. If Trubisky's going to be in a quarterback, the run game's going to be his friend. The tight end's going to be his friend down the middle of the fucking field. Just nothing stupid. Don't start shooting yourselves into the penalties, let alone do not turn the ball over, okay? Highsmith, Casey, Watt, and Walker all have 4 total tackles, leading the team. And then Highsmith has the sack. Boswell's field goal was good from 29, excuse me. And then some overall team stats. As we were tied at 3 there for a while, we're tied in the first downs with 8 apiece. What's hurting Pittsburgh is they can't convert on 3rd down. They're 1 of 6 when Arizona's 5 of 9, and they're of course 0 of 1 on 4th down there because they went for it and didn't get it. We've got a 1-play differential. Arizona's run 31 to Pittsburgh's 30. And then as Pittsburgh still has 1 more drive, it comes down then, you look at that with the time of possession, but then as Pittsburgh used up some clock, nothing out of it, Arizona, the less time, went further and scored. As both teams are averaging about 4.5, 5 yards per play. Pittsburgh has more rushing yards to Arizona, but Arizona has more passing yards to Pittsburgh. But Pittsburgh has more total yards, but not by many. Inside the 20 in the red zone, right now, I was saying it all. They get down there, they can't score. That's why they're losing. With the 4 penalties for 40 yards, even though they're controlling the clock by 5 minutes, 17-24 to 12-36. They're still down by 7, so we'll see what gives here. As always, I'm sure something will, but they got to figure it out. There's not much else to be said. It's balance, it's consistency. They're going to have to keep it simple with Mitch in at quarterback, because he loves, playing 3rd grade football. But I think if they can run the football, defense makes them some stops. They use this time that we're not playing right now to their advantage, and they come out firing, come out red hot, start fast again. It's all about momentum with them. It is. It's just in a nutshell for the Steelers here in 2023 with momentum. once they get it, they can't keep it. They cannot maintain it. Okay? They let it slip and slide. Out the door we go. Blowing away in the wind. Here we go. Back to Pittsburgh. Back to Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium. And we're on to kick off the second half. Started third quarter about, I don't know, a full quarter later after the half. Almost an hour or so later. And there's the players starting to warm up. You know? Yeah. Trying to stay loose. Get loose if you lost it, but momentum with the Steelers. And I guess, yeah, if Trubisky's got a little bit more time to, get ready to go in and, hopefully play good, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Focus. You got to go out and play. So, no doubt about it, a little weird. You're not used to, having a weather delay in a football game. It's like you play through the elements, ain't? Whatever sport that doesn't, play in the weather. Which are really like baseball and golf. But now even more, so they play in the rain at times. But so no weather right now. It's quit, but it might pick back up later. Steelers on to kick off the second half. From left to right, Crush Delver screen right now, Dow. Cardinals back deep to receive because remember they kicked off to begin the game. Pittsburgh received, excuse me. Cardinals deferred. Touch back there. So the first 10 errors under 25. So 10-3 to begin the second half now. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But Pittsburgh saying nothing changes with Mitch. So don't be a bitch. All right. All right. Kenny Pickett out in a right walking boot. That's not a good sign. So yeah, Pittsburgh's going to have to run the football and rely on this defense to win the game. Down 10-3 here to begin the second half. Kyler Murray's pass incomplete. Tipped to the line of scrimmage by T.J. Watt. He needs to take over this fucking game. This defense needs to take over the game with the run game. Then offensively, they want to win. Plain and simple in the story. At least get balls well in field goal range. Take your points if you can't score because they can't punch it in. 2nd and 10, but it's momentum. It's can they get it and can they maintain it? If they get it, let it slip. It's just, where we've been at. Hand off Connor, and he gets about 6 yards or so. 3rd and 4 coming up. So, the rain's passed. Field ain't like it was Monday night in 07 against the Dolphins on a 3-0 Monday night game. They've come a long way since then. Even after the, WPIAL championships last week. And of course, PIAA, Pennsylvania High School Football state championships coming up this weekend. Murray getting pressured, pass incomplete. Good coverage by Joey Porter on Hollywood Brown. So 4th down. Cardinals go 3-0 to begin the second half. Pittsburgh getting the ball back, and it's still 10-3. So they're still in, reaching distance. They're still right there to, make sure they're in this ball game from now until the end and just find a way to win. Keep it close. Yeah, no rain right now because it's all rained out, and that's why we had a weather delay. Cardinals on the punt. So Calvin Austin back deep to receive. He's going to let it bounce. It's about the 10. Let it go. Get the fuck away from it. Down to the 7. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from there. we're going to have Mitch Trubisky in at quarterback for the Steelers. Because Kenny Pickett is out in a right walking boot, sitting on the sideline. So we'll have to see about a ankle injury with a broken ankle, ligament damage, some sorts, as college football continues to unveil bowl matchup. So I'll relay more info there when I know it. And then be sure to keep an eye out. Stay tuned for my bowl preview from now until the start of not this upcoming weekend, but next weekend, as bowl games will begin December the 16th. Steelers actually play that same day at Indianapolis against the Colts. So 2nd and 9 here. Yeah, run the damn ball with Trubisky in at quarterback. And now they got to get personnel right, as Chooks is reporting eligible. And now they're going to have to call a timeout because the play clock was winding down. You had all this fucking time and boos from the crowd, and rightfully so. And, I mean, this is just fucking Trubisky in at quarterback. They got to get fucking set. They got to get straight, you know? I mean, you had all this time at halftime, and then with the weather delay. And then they, are out there, and then they don't have the right personnel, and then, play clock's winding down. He reports eligible, but they got to call a timeout. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. They'll have 2 left the rest of the way. That's pathetic. Yep, but somehow they're 7-4. They are a second-half team, they are, but with Freiermuth in motion, 2nd and 9 for Pittsburgh. Trubisky gonna throw. Down the middle, it's dropped, incomplete, intended for Connor Hayward. 3rd down and 9. God damn. And if they don't convert here, there's going to be more boos. Yeah, there's Pickett in a walking boot on the sideline. Got a headset on. He ain't coming back in. He probably won't play Thursday night either with a short week. Might at the Colts, 2 weeks from now. But like I said, this is the last Steeler home Sunday game of the season. Trubisky's pass, caught. Freiermuth, 1st down Steelers. Keep getting them the ball and run the damn ball. I'm telling you, it's how they're going to be able to execute offensively. Run it and get the ball to tight ends down the middle of the field. Of course, he's going to have to get the ball to Deontay Johnson and George Pickens, or else they're going to be bitching. But, just get the fuck open. He'll get you the ball. Just don't turn it over. And then the defense to make them stops. Handoff, Jalen Warren. They need a spark. They need a fucking spark, and he's it. Like, they need another big play. But they need to capitalize on it. They need to score. They can't settle for 3. So 2nd and 6. But yeah, they convert. 4 plays there. So just keep it up. One thing at a time. And they'll run Jalen Warren again, and he gets another Steeler 1st down to the 28. All right, keep it up. Just once again, nothing stupid. Do not turn the ball over. Now here's probably what they want him to do on that play they had to call his timeout on, because Chooks is reported eligible. Run a toss far side. Jalen Warren is coming fucking back there. There's a flag on the play. Probably another legal formation or a hold. God damn. They cannot catch a break.
Well, it's a legal formation.
Yeah, but if he reported eligible,
In the right side of the line.
now they say illegal formation. Yeah. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. And Tomlin to the refs. What the fuck y'all up to today? Jesus Christ. So 1st and 15. That run comes off the board from the 23. Trubisky's pass caught. Allen Robinson to the 30. Get him involved. Like, he needs to not necessarily find a go-to target, but, you know, he's got to be consistent. He's got to be consistent. So from the 30. And low snap. Trubisky gets drilled. And what do? They fucking turn it over. You gotta be joking right now. Oh my God. And yeah, Arizona's got a short field, 1st and 10. Low snap, couldn't handle it. You fall on it. You don't pick it up. Oh my fucking God. And then Arizona's right there to recover. And he can't get replaced unless he gets hurt. Rudolph cannot come in as the emergency third-string quarterback unless Trubisky is injured. So now, yeah, Arizona's got the ball 1st and 10 of the 21. 10:29 to play in the third quarter with a 7.103 lead. And even though they went 3 and out early, Pittsburgh nothing after it, they can still double to get 2 for 1 from, you know, the 99-yard touchdown drive before halftime, and now capitalizing off a Steeler turnover. Kyler Murray looking to throw, incomplete. Intended for James Conner, but good coverage by Michael Walker. 2nd and 10. Yeah, that's a huge turnover. That's why I said do not turn the ball over. What do? Exactly that. And then Trubisky, not a fucking care in the world. Tell me again what they saw in him. 2nd and 10 for the Cards. Murray gets 9 yards, 3rd yard coming up. Let alone, tell me again what the Bears saw in him when they drafted him. 2nd overall, I do believe, 3rd overall in the draft a couple years ago. And then run him out of town because he sucks. Let alone tell me why, as James Conner gets a first down run on 3rd and 2 inside the 10. Got a 1st and goal now for Arizona. Tell me why other teams didn't sign Mr. Trubisky. Oh, that's right, because he fucking sucks. And Pittsburgh, you know, thought they were getting a good deal with him. No, it's because nobody else wanted to fucking sign his ass. And you were in the market for a quarterback after Roethlisberger retired, and then you, a month later, drafted Pickett. Trubisky, of course, started last year. Didn't play terrible, but it's just always in these instances, like, he sucks. 1st and goal, and Kyler Murray goes down. It'll be credited as a sack. T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, maybe a half a sack apiece. 2nd and goal back after a loss of about 5 or so to the 15, 16-yard line. Yeah. Even though he just fell down, he didn't technically get sacked. He's just fucking, you know, scared. Doesn't want to blow his knee out again. But they're going to have to rely on this defense. Get them a stop. 2nd goal, Arizona from the 15, handoff James Conner. And the former Steeler Gets down to the 7-yard line for a 3rd and goal. So, 8.5 and counting to play in this 3rd quarter. They got to force a field goal. Let them get a turnover here. Come on, defense. What do you got? And Murray looking to throw. That's a hold. That is a hold on 70. Pass in the end zone, incomplete. And now they throw the flag. You got to be kidding me. Come on. They love picking on Joey Porter. Rookie out of Penn State. Of course, his dad played for the Steelers. Dad also played for the Cardinals. Now they say pass interference. Since it occurred in the end zone, ball, 1st and goal at the 1. And it's starting to rain again, too. If you're going to throw these flags, you got to call it down the middle. You missed a hold. How is that a... Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me right now. Come on, defense. Like, they got to play to the fuck you mentality. You know, we're getting screwed. Hand off, James Conner. They stuff him. No, he did not get in. He's going to want to score now against his old team, but he never wanted to score when he was with the Steelers. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it's going to be off of a turnover. And that who knows, it might be the difference in this game. Because what the fuck has this offense done since the first drive? Let alone the 80-yard drive that they, stalled on. Turnover on downs to 1, and then defense gave up 99 yards and a touchdown. Before halftime, defense going to give up a touchdown here after the turnover, and they do just that. James Conner in the end zone, touchdown Arizona. You got to be fucking kidding me right now. And the rain's starting to fall. It's probably as heavy as it was earlier right before halftime and then a weather delay, so who knows? We might get another fucking weather delay. Because the NFL, stands for not for long, but it's also no fun league. It's fucking rain. Let them play. Good God. 16-3. Extra point to come.
Pushing the guys up front back into the end zone. It's the first time that Conner has scored a touchdown in 6 games. We've gone with nothing for...
And Arizona's going to have a 2-score lead. Extra points up and good. 17-3 with 7:18 to play in the 3rd quarter. Jesus Christ. Come on. I mean, now they're in a tough spot. They are. It's definitely touchdowns rather than field goals now. It's probably scoring quick as you can. It's getting this game into the 4th quarter with a chance is where they're at. But they do it to themselves. Like, they're a 7-win team, but they're playing like the 2-win Cardinals would have played in their total of 12 games for the 10 losses, not the 2 wins. But they're, another quarter and a half away from picking up the 3rd win against a 7-win team in Pittsburgh. It doesn't matter what your fucking record is. It's the NFL. Anybody on any given Sunday can win, let alone lose. That's why I play a game, folks. They decide on paper, side on the field. But they just love playing down to their opponent. They do. And then now you're going to have an injured quarterback. You're going to have trouble with the backup. You're going to be on a short week. The rain's starting to fall again, as mentioned here. But the run game, and then now, as you have it, sort of slipping. Defense is giving up, 2 touchdowns, 1 on a 99-yard drive, 1 off of a turnover. All you have to show for is 3 points, so they're stuck. So it's really raining now. Probably worse than it was earlier. But then, it was because of a lightning strike because of the weather delay. They'll play through this. This is football right now with the rain. And it's going to be the run game. And now we're going to get another weather delay, it looks like. They've suspended play again. Another weather delay with the Cardinals and Steelers. It's fucking rain. It's not a... Steelers played in a hurricane, for God's sakes, one time. I mean, come on. You gotta be fucking kidding me, NFL. So, right after the Cardinals score before halftime, we hit halftime in a weather delay. Cardinals score again. Another weather delay because of the rain. You see the trend? Yeah, it's mainly because of lightning. And then every fucking lightning strike's a half hour. And CBS is only down to 3 cameras. So we're not going to get some angles or shots that we normally would. Yeah, it's really fucking raining. It's fucking rain, though. Like I said, it's... Come on. I can understand for safety, because that's all they're fucking worried about. It's just how the world is. Everybody's fucking soft. Players want to play, let them play. Yeah, they're making it tough on themselves anyway, but yeah, it's going to be tough on them, with the weather, yeah. And now we'll have to look at the weather, again with the radar and see when we could probably get back to it. As we're in another weather delay, play's been suspended. They got to finish this game sometime, somehow, some way. So it'll take us back to the studio. They'll show us another game. And then there's no 4 o'clock game on CBS. So once we get back to it, they'll stick with it from there. Here we go again with the weather. Check the radar. So it's definitely going to be at least a half hour to like 10 after 4 from the earliest they could warm up. It's like an hour after it initially happened with halftime. And then it's like 15-20 minutes after they start warming up they can play again. Unless they just say, fuck it, we're just going to go play. And then, we'll play on. We're actually going to zoom in on Heinz Field. As it's right there. Of course, now Acrisure Stadium, but across from the point with the Three Rivers, with the Allegheny, Monongahela, and the Ohio. So yeah, we're going to see here, checking the radar, when it's going to quit raining. Probably about 4:15, another half hour or so, it'll quit raining. Yeah. And then from there, give them some time. We'll probably get back to it, I bet, about 4:30, another 45 minutes or so. So we'll watch Broncos, Texans, 22-17, Houston on top of Denver. And then the Saints were coming back at home against the Lions, but I believe the Lions just extend their lead, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll keep tabs on, these two games. We'll update some more bowl information. We'll kill some time. Probably eat some snacks that I got by my side. But Pittsburgh's in a tough spot with the 2-score deficit it is now. Even with the weather, you play through it, but they've delayed it, suspended play once again. Not the first, but second time today. This, from what I can recall, being a Penn State and a Pittsburgh Steelers fan my whole entire life, like I said, it happened for Penn State a few years ago against Pitt. And that was like the first time ever that happened. They had a weather delay. At least at home. They had one at Michigan State a few years prior. And that's probably really around the time they started, having weather delays for sports. I mean, it's just the sport. If it, you're going to play through it, you're going to play through it. But now all just because of this or that, they got to suspend it. Got to pause the game, delay it. Which I can understand once again for, as I just heard some thunder, player safety, but then fan safety as well, for everybody in attendance. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, the thing is, though, when push comes to shove, the fucking, coaches and players want to play. The refs are controlling it. Again, it's really NFL. They got the final say. You got to do something here. It's like you play fucking through it, man. Like I said, the Steelers against the Dolphins, not once but twice, had 2 weather games. Okay? Home and home. It was actually Ben's, rookie year, second year. They played down in Miami late September on a Monday night. And there was a fucking hurricane, category 4, if not 5, if I'm not mistaken. And they played the game. They played through the hurricane, okay? And then, in which Pittsburgh won, I might add, okay, as well. And then, a couple years later, Monday Night Football again. First day of hunting season, which was technically last week for Keystone State. Old school first day of hunting season, the Monday after Thanksgiving. Now it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. And, of course, still lasts for a couple weeks. But, they played that Monday night, and meantime, you had the WPIAL Championships at Heinz Field that weekend. And Pitt had played, I think, that Friday, on Black Friday, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So, come Monday, then with all the rain that happened, from one point in time to another, the field was complete shit. Looked like a, big puddle. And they, at the time, really didn't have that good of a drainage system, which has since been fixed. so they don't have to worry about it anymore. They still play on grass, and rightfully so. I'd rather play on grass than turf if I would. Especially in the heat, because that turf gets fucking hot if it's warm out. But and then if it's cold, it's rock solid. I'd rather play on grass, because then it's the movement. It's with the not the texture. I'm no landscaper, but planning and moving and shifting, and I'd rather play on grass than turf. But they had that fiasco, and it was a 3-0 game. And not the Pirates and the Marlins either. Jeff Reed had a field goal, and that was it. Steelers won that as well. And so here we are again, another weather game. Ain't Steelers-Dolphins, but it's against another creature in the Cardinal. And now they're stop and play. I don't think they've ever had a weather delay. 0-2 in the same game before. So get back to the action shortly. Of course, college football playoff revealed. They're showing off a potential 12-team bracket, if it would be 12 teams this year as it will be next year. Of course, 1, 2, 3, 4 from Michigan, Washington, Texas, Alabama, they'd all get byes. But then first round matchups would be Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, Ole Miss, Oregon, Missouri, and Florida State, Liberty as the highest ranked non-Power 5. And then, of course, Ohio State, Georgia, Oregon, and Florida State would all get the home games against the Nittany Lions, Rebs, Tigers, and Flames. So let me know who you think would win a potential 12-team, college football playoff this season. If it was 12 teams, which it won't be, it will be next year though. But here we are with 4 teams: Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama once again. 1, 2, 3, 4 with Michigan, Alabama in the Rose Bowl, and Washington, Texas in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day. The other New Year's 6 bowl games are as follows, with the Orange Bowl being Florida State and Georgia, Peach Bowl, Penn State, Ole Miss, the Cotton Bowl will feature the Ohio State Buckeyes, Missouri Tigers. So you do have a couple, Big Ten SEC matchups there in New Year's 6. Let alone the, college football playoff in the semifinal with the Wolverines and Tide. In the granddaddy of them all, and then the Fiesta Bowl is Oregon and Liberty. And then we're still, as the time passes, figuring out the rest of the bowl games. So there's that. But yeah, this past week in college football, we had Washington win the Pac-12 championship over Oregon, 34-31. Liberty beat New Mexico State in a shootout to win Conference USA at 13-0, 49-35 your final score. Yesterday, in conference championship action, in no particular order, Alabama beat Georgia 27-24, which caused the chaos. Okay, who's in, who's out? Michigan shut out Iowa 26-0 to win the Big Ten for the 3rd consecutive year. Florida State 16-6 over Louisville, winning the ACC, but out of the playoff. First team in the college football playoff era in the 4-team playoff format to be undefeated and win their conference, but out of the Final Four. But I think they got it right. I do, because you're going to have your 4 best teams in the semis, with Michigan and Alabama squaring off, along with Washington and Texas. Like I said, the Rose Bowl with the Wolverines and Tide. Whoever wins the line of scrimmage, I think, is going to win that game. And then whoever wins the shootout with Washington and Texas, with the Huskies and Horns, will win that game. as they met the Alamo Bowl last year. So a rematch in back-to-back bowl seasons. But you know, you want the 4 best teams. You do. And I think they got them. Whether you agree with it or not, that's just going to be the way it is. So then it's, you know, the hammering for a 12-team playoff. Well, now we're going to get it next year. You know, the highest, 5 highest ranked conference champions will get buys. And then the highest ranked team in a bracket 12-team format will get the home game against whoever they end up facing, you know, and the 12 teams, but 11 of them, and then the highest ranked non-Power 5. So, like if you finish 12 in a 12-team playoff format, you still get fucked because they only take the 11 teams ahead of you, because then they take the highest ranked non-Power 5, unless the highest ranked non-Power 5 is like 12. That would work out, but you know, because normally college football playoff now, and it's 10th season already. Hard to believe, I know. Because Ohio State won the first. It's either going to be Michigan, their arch rival, and that team up north, along with Washington, Texas, or Alabama, win the national championship this season. But the semis are normally blowouts. You know, the national championship's good. Last year was opposite, it was vice versa. The semis were damn good on New Year's Eve, and then a week later, you know, in the national championship, Georgia fucked up TCU, as they will fuck up Florida State in the Orange Bowl, I think, because they're going to be pissed that they fucking lost this championship game, didn't make the playoff. Little and Florida State's going to be pissed because they didn't make the playoff either. It's just the way it is. Whether they should have, you know, who knows. I think they got it right. I do. They're just not playing good recently. And you take away this or that. I mean, they did. They took fucking a college football playoff appearance away from Penn State in 2016 after they won the Big Ten. And put a team in that Penn State beat earlier on in the season. And they got fucking blown out. So good for them, but good for the team that got blown out. If you know, you know. But yeah, still of course pissed off about that. And then the discussion with Penn State, you know, 12-team playoff, they're in, you know, 9 times out of 10 the past decade. Just been right on the outside looking in. So we'll see what the future holds, but yeah, normally, like I said, the semis are trash, and the championship's good, but last year they were good and the national championship sucked, so we'll see what we get with the 4 we got. As both are rematches from prior bowl games the past few years in the semis with Michigan, Alabama, and Washington, Texas. But then I believe if we get Michigan, Washington national championship game, that'll be a national championship game rematch from way back when. Let alone then also Michigan, Texas would be a Rose Bowl rematch. Alabama, Washington would be a rematch from the Peach Bowl in 16. And then, of course, from earlier this season with Texas going to Alabama and winning, that'd be a rematch from then. So, like I said, I gave picks for the New Year's 6. Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State, and Oregon. Don't be surprised if Liberty gives Oregon a run for their money. Just as high-powered as they are, and then that non-power 5, especially if it's Fiesta Bowl, upsetting whoever they play. You know, mainly Boise State, but then, you know, Georgia's going to be pissed off, Florida State's going to be pissed off, so the Orange Bowl should be damn good. And then, yeah, I take the Big Ten over the SEC for sure. Being a Big Ten fan, so we'll see if they can, you know, win bowl season like they do at times, but normally don't. And then, yeah, for the playoff, I think whoever wins the line of scrimmage with Michigan and Alabama is going to win the Rose Bowl. And then whoever wins in a shootout with Washington and Texas will win the Sugar Bowl. So may the best two teams win, and then we'll see who's playing in the national championship game January the 8th. And then if Texas wins the Sugar Bowl, they're going to be playing Lone Star State down in Houston and have home field really in both games if they win their first, you know, to go on and be in the national championship, potentially win it. You know, and then is Texas back? Well, then I'd have to think so. Then yes, but because that's what everybody's been asking the past fucking 15 years. But just trying to kill some time here. Still in a weather delay. Mid third quarter with the Cardinals on top of the Steelers, 17-3. So, yeah, those are my picks. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning. I mean, truly for the semis, I know that's cliche, like I said, line of scrimmage and shootout, but that's a coin flip with Alabama and Michigan. It is. Because Michigan has had everything, you know, go against them this year, yet they've still found ways to win. You know, it seems like somebody's out to get them, you know, with the sign stealing scandal. But they're still rolling on. So, as CBS takes us to Houston, the site of the national championship game, Texans up on the Broncos. Yeah, Lions up 5 on the Saints. 33-28 with, hey, 5-point game here too, 22-17 Houston. Both games about 2 minutes to play. But we're still waiting mid-third quarter to return Cardinals Steelers in a weather delay. But yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to pick against Nick Saban in Alabama. You know, some are saying this is arguably probably his best, you know, coach team. Because their backs have been up against the wall too. So that Rose Bowl should be damn good. Like maybe one for the ages. That's, like I said, coin flip. Thing is with Michigan, as I said, when Penn State played them, you know, you lose all respect for them when, you know, you allegedly cheat. So I guess roll Tide. But as a Big Ten fan, I'd take Michigan. You know, so that's what it says, coin flip. Like it's gonna whoever wins line of scrimmage. Whoever wins line of scrimmage, whoever doesn't, you know, do anything stupid and do just enough to win will win. Because that game should come down to the wire. I'd be surprised if either of the semis or blowouts. Like, they should be damn good as they were last year. National championship then should be damn good, you'd think, too. Unless it turns into another blowout like it did last year. And then it's like, okay, Washington, Texas, shootout. But then whoever wins Rose Bowl can match up against that. So you look at it, probably whoever's fucking winning the Rose Bowl is probably winning the national championship. Because then experience comes into play. Michigan and Alabama have been here. Washington and Texas haven't. They haven't. They just flat out haven't. I mean, Washington, first time since 2016, they lost to Alabama. Texas, first time ever. Michigan, their third straight appearance. Alabama's been in seemingly every fucking year. I know they missed the 1 year. That's actually when they played Michigan in the Citrus Bowl, which I believe was right before COVID happened. I believe that was the 19 season in January of 20, if I'm not mistaken. So as I said earlier, like, these teams know each other. because they've met recently. Even though that team was that team, this team's this team. Should be in for some good college football in the college football playoff, to say the least. But I would think, yeah, whoever's winning the Rose Bowl, Michigan, Alabama, not your typical Big Ten, Pac-10, Pac-12 now, Pac-2 as it will be next year, with just Oregon State and Washington State going to the Mountain West, seemingly. Typical Rose Bowl traditionally, as Penn State, Utah was last year like the last of that, and then the Lions won. Now going to take on Ole Miss in the first ever meeting as well. In the Peach Bowl, real loud thunder. So hopefully, knock on wood, I don't lose power. Should be okay. But I'll get the stream back up and running ASAP if, hey, Okie, hey, buddy. Big dog, it's all right, okay? It's just thunder now, just raining. You're all right. But, what was I saying? Yeah, just still, of course, waiting to get back to this game with the Cardinals and Steelers, but yeah, truly, I think probably whoever wins the Rose Bowl, Michigan, Alabama is going to win the national championship, long story short. But that's just college football for you, It's chaotic, as it was this past weekend once again. We'll see how everything plays out, though. That's why I play the game. In the meantime, yeah, also this weekend in college football, it's mentioned, Washington beat Oregon, Liberty beat New Mexico State on Friday night to win their respective conference titles in the Pac-12 and Conference USA, respectively. Alabama 27-24 over Georgia yesterday. There was a missed field goal that ended up being the difference for Georgia and why they lost. Unless that game would have been tied, then who knows how it shakes out from there. In the meantime, too, CBS is going to give us bonus coverage after this Bronco-Texan game, tied at 25 with the Colts and Titans, as we are in a weather delay still with the Cardinals and Steelers mid-third quarter. I mean, does this 1 o'clock Cardinal-Steeler game get over before the 4 o'clock games, let alone the Sunday game tonight, or what? We'll see. We should get back up and rolling here shortly. Like I said, from the radar I saw, it looked like it was going to quit raining about 4:15. So that maybe by 4:30 they get playing again. So then you're going to play on probably till like 5:30 at this rate. If that becomes true. But the 4 o'clock game, America's Game of the Week on Fox, we'll be watching that once these 1 o'clock games will wrap up as well. It'll be the 49ers and Eagles, but they're also going to be dealing with the weather and the rain, so they might not even fucking start on time for all we know. The NFL just, I guess, one of those times, we're going to, delay games because of the weather. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, Pittsburgh needs to wake up, get their head out of their ass, and play. For what it's worth at this rate, we'll see, but, got the Broncos and Texans both at 6-5. They lost to Houston already. Don't play Denver. They're both right there in the hunt for a wild card spot. Pittsburgh's, right now is the 5 seed because they're not leading the North. Even though they have a 2-1 record in division. Make that 3-1 now, after the win last week at Cincinnati. Beat the Browns, beat the Ravens, lost the Browns, beat the Bengals. They play the Bengals again before Christmas, and then they play at Baltimore week 18. So still take care of business. I mean, you're still going to be right there in the thick of it. It's some of these other games, though, might, if you don't take care of business then, might keep you out of the discussion to win the division, the AFC North, and then you got to make the playoffs as a wild card potentially. But then these other games, you got to, figure everything out there. Maybe have this team win or this team win, but then still take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Because then, look, next week, short week, Thursday night, host the Patriots. Okay, so be sure to tune back in live on YouTube then. And then they go to the Colts. Okay, that game's going to be on Saturday, December 16th now. It was a flex game. It was either going to be that Saturday or Sunday. And then they're going to play the Saturday before Christmas, 2 days before Christmas on the 23rd, at home against the Bengals. And then that's the last home game of the year, as today's the last Steeler home Sunday game of the season, let alone at 1 o'clock. Okay? As they've had a string of 1 o'clock games recently. But Thursday night at home, then they go on the road on a Saturday, home on a Saturday. 2 games right there before Christmas. And then 2 games after Christmas are both on the road. At Seattle at 4 o'clock, because they ain't going to be playing at 1 Eastern time, 10 local. And then, they go to Baltimore week 18. Which that game can still be on a Saturday, let alone, Sunday. Just still to be determined. They haven't announced anything for week 18. So, we did, big dog. It's all right, buddy. It's just raining out, okay? You're okay. No, you're safe. Okay, it's all right. I love you. You know that? Yeah. But yeah, so I guess that's that. With still taking care of business. So we'll get this game back on the road here shortly, I hope. But I guess continue on with this college football discussion for what it's worth. As mentioned, yeah. Washington and Liberty won. Friday night, Alabama won yesterday, as Michigan did as well over Iowa, shutting out the Hawkeyes 26-0. Florida State with a 16-6 win over Louisville, but as mentioned, out of the playoff, even though they're undefeated as the conference champ, they're out. Arguably 4 best teams, though, in the playoff with Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama. All as conference champions themselves. With 2 of them undefeated, and then, the other 2 with 1 loss. And Alabama's 1 loss is Texas, who's in front of them. And then Texas lost to Oklahoma in the Red River Rivalry, but then they won the Big 12. Okay, the Texans beat the Broncos 22-17, so they're 7-5. Denver's 6-6. If Pittsburgh loses, they'd be 7-5. And then Houston would have the one up on them with the head-to-head from, a couple months ago now. 25-25 bonus coverage, Colts, Titans. Titans have the ball. Pittsburgh beat Tennessee. They go to Indy in a couple weeks, as mentioned. You sort of want Tennessee to win here, because then the Colts lose, they fall to 6-6 themselves. They win, they're 7-5. That's a bigger game than in a couple weeks. I mean, it's still going to be a big game, but even bigger than, it would be. Because you get in the thick of it, late in the season, December, January football in the NFL, backs up against the wall, season on the line. What are you going to do? Hopefully you're playing your best ball down the stretch, because if you get hot, who knows what can happen. So we'll see what happens here. Still, of course, awaiting the return to Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, as the Lions will beat the Saints 33-28. So next on Fox as well will be the 49ers and Eagles. Doesn't look like we're getting any bonus coverage there. So that game should be next. And then it's just back to Cardinals Steelers. And we should, still return to the game today. It's not like, they're going to wait until fucking late tonight or, fucking play this game on a Wednesday afternoon, December, as they did December the 2nd, actually 3 years ago yesterday against the Ravens. Here we are December 3rd, and for whatever the reasoning is, they'll continue to play. It's not like Damar Hamlin had a fucking heart attack on the field, and biggest game of the season, and then they gotta, fuck with the playoffs, and show goes on one way or another, because they, remember, flat out canceled that game, and then they met in the playoffs, and then they just met a couple weeks ago. But the Bills, man, they are not who they were as a red hot team, and then they lose in the playoffs. Now they're just struggling to get by. But then it'll probably be the same old come playoff time. Josh Allen's a fucking pussy. He is. I can't stand his ass anymore. I liked him for a little bit, but he's like the LeBron of the NFL. He is. Even though he's good, team ain't that great. Not this year, they're not. Even though they're still there. Just some thoughts. We actually do get bonus coverage on Fox. Falcons, Jets. 13-8 Atlanta. 2 minutes to play. Jets getting the ball back. They score, they win. Looks like we're going to go to overtime, though, with the Colts and Titans tied at 25. And hopefully still getting back to the action. Puts us all off with the Cardinals and Steelers and Pittsburgh down by 2 scores. Yeah, we're going to go to OT. Colts, Titans tied at 25. In the meantime, also yesterday in college football, SMU beat Tulane, and they're 1 spot short of being the highest ranked non-Power 5. That went to Liberty, unless SMU would be, in a New Year's 6. They beat Tulane 26-14. Willie Fritz, Tulane's head coach, reportedly going to Houston to take over the Cougars, in absence of Dan Holgerson, who was fired after a few seasons after leaving Morgantown, in which you look at it sort of, I guess you could say West Virginia won out on that, because they're going to keep Neil Brown after an 8-4 season this year. But then next year, if he doesn't win, maybe he's out then, because they've still at times struggled. Ben Roethlisberger, his Miami, Ohio Redhawks, won the MAC, beating Toledo 23-14. Boise State, Mountain West champs with an interim head coach, 44-20 win over UNLV. And then Troy wins the Sun Belt for the second consecutive year because James Madison was not eligible. Kirk Cignetti from Pittsburgh. Now the head coach, not at IUP again, but the Indiana Hoosiers. So it's come full circle for him, though, I'd have to think, from IUP to Indiana in his coaching tenure. But yeah, Troy wins the Sun Belt 49-23. Next week in college football, we got Army-Navy on Saturday afternoon. Rather than being played in Philly, let alone New York City, Baltimore, FedEx Field there, and Washington, D.C., technically Landover, Maryland, where Skins play at, the Washington football team, now Commanders. Army-Navy this year going to be played in New England. Of course, Patriots are at the Steelers Thursday night, so Gillette Stadium going to be available next weekend. Even if the Patriots will play next Sunday or, Monday as well, let alone Thursday night at home. But they're going to be on the road. So, yeah, Army-Navy up in Boston, Foxborough, Mass, at Gillette Stadium next Saturday. The bowl games are still being announced. We'll see if anything's updated at this point. Looks to be the case for a few of them, yes. Okay, so for what I know to this point, the New Year's Six Bowls, of course, the college football playoff is Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama. Michigan will play Alabama in the Rose Bowl, and Washington will play Texas in the Sugar Bowl. Winners to meet a week later for the national championship. The other New Year's Six bowl games, Orange Bowl will be Florida State, Georgia. Peach Bowl, Penn State, Ole Miss. Cotton Bowl, Ohio State, Missouri. And Fiesta Bowl, Oregon, Liberty, as the Flames are the highest ranked non-Power 5. Other bowl matchups that I currently at this point in time know of. The New Orleans Bowl will see Jacksonville State become bowl eligible because there wasn't enough teams with 6 wins to go to bowl games. Same goes for James Madison. That's why they're both eligible. Even though the rolling is, asinine and so fucking stupid. NCAA is set back in the 1800s, for God's sakes, when the college football was founded in 1869. As, of course, Georgia could have done what Minnesota did in the 30s if they would have made the playoff and won the national championship to win their 3rd consecutive natty. But then to win 4, just looking ahead, if they would have got that far, you'd have to go back to fucking Yale in the 1880s. And I believe they won 4 in a row within 7 of 8 years, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, with the transfer waiver period, not transfer portal with players, but remember, James Madison, Jacksonville State, FCS. Now they're FBS. You got to wait 2 years to get to, a level playing field with scholarships, is why basically they're ineligible. But now they are eligible because there's not enough 6-win teams. So that's how they snuck in. So Jacksonville State and Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns, in the New Orleans Bowl. So, really a home game for both teams. You look at it with a lot of red, white, and black. So that'll be December the 16th, as will be the Myrtle Beach Bowl, the Avocados from Mexico Cure Bowl, the New Mexico Bowl, not to confuse Avocados from Mexico, but then the Los Angeles Bowl and then the Independence Bowl. Those are the 6 bowl games, December the 16th, in which we'll also be watching, for the most part, them as well, because the Steelers are on that same day, December the 16th, at the Colts that afternoon at 4 o'clock. But that's the only matchup we know for those 6 bowl games that day. Jacksonville State, Louisiana. We got the, what the fuck bowl game is this? Famous Toastery Bowl? Is that the Myrtle Beach Bowl? Because that's the Monday before Christmas. They obviously just changed the name. It's all about the sponsors. Famous Toastery Bowl. And then we have a fucking Pop-Tarts Bowl this year. Let's go through these bowl names for one. Of course, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, played on the blue turf out in Boise. Hawaii Bowl. Military Bowl. Of course, the Mayo Bowl used to be the Meineke Car Care Bowl and the Belk Bowl. DirecTV sponsoring the Holiday Bowl. Where's Dish Network at for you? Oh, that's right. They'll fucking, without any warning, even though your bill's paid, because they're in a disagreement with a fucking, provider, just fucking take your channels from you during football season as they did last year. The Bad Boy Mowers used to be the Gasparilla Bowl, but now it's Pinstripe Bowl. Yeah, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Still got the Valero Alamo Bowl. That's probably as, old school, new school as it gets. Gator Bowl. They're great. And the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. The Liberty Bowl, of course, Goodyear Combo Classic. I'm hungry for some chicken because Penn State's playing the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Music City Bowl, of course, Orange Bowl. Barstool Sports sponsoring the Arizona Bowl. Outback Bowl is now the ReliaQuest Bowl. Of course, Citrus Bowl. You can't get any much better than fucking Rose Bowl, though. It's granddad of them all. But, okay, now, matchup-wise, for bowl games that I know of, as mentioned, in the New Orleans Bowl, we'll see, as we're still awaiting this game to return, with the Cardinals and Steelers, mid-third quarter in a weather delay. We'll, in the New Orleans Bowl, see Jacksonville State and Louisiana Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns. Famous Toastery Bowl is Western Kentucky Old Dominion. Air Force and the Armed Forces Bowl against James Madison. So they do go to a bowl game. I'll be going to the Big D, Dallas, Texas. Georgia State, Utah State, Blue Turf in Boise for the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Coastal Carolina and San Jose State in the Hawaii Bowl on... That's not Christmas Eve. That's going to be the day before. So back-to-back Saturdays, we're going to be watching Steeler football here in a couple weeks. When they go to Indy and they host the Bengals, but we're also going to be watching a lot of college football bowl games those days as well. Of course, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve is on Sundays, so if it's that, yeah, college football won't have any bowl games because the NFL, of course, as we all know, owns Sundays. So yeah, Hawaii Bowl, Coastal Carolina, San Jose State. And then after Christmas, got Texas State and Rice in the First Responder Bowl. Just announcing them as I get them. I know as much as you do right now with everything still being announced. Because, of course, it's going to go from the top down, from best to worst. And then, of course, conference matchups with, who's technically eligible to play in this game. Of course, you have to have 6 wins for one, but then as James Madison, Jacksonville State got in, because there wasn't enough teams bowl eligible, but then there still might be a few teams that sneak in at 5 and 7 this bowl season. So we'll see what happens with that. But the Alamo Bowl is going to be Arizona and Oklahoma down in San Antonio. Liberty Bowl, Memphis, Iowa State, Mizzou and Ohio State, and the Cotton Bowl. As we're still delayed. Cardinals, Steelers, 17-3 Arizona, 7-18 to play in the third quarter. In the midst of a weather delay. Penn State, Ole Miss, and the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl is mentioned once more, so I'll have live watch-along reactions live on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. That'll be at high noon on December the 30th. In a first ever meeting between the Nittany Lions and Rebs. You'll have Auburn and Maryland and Nashville for the Music City Bowl. Still in overtime here with the Titans and Colts tied at 25 from LP Field, Nissan Stadium, as they're in the midst of, in the meantime, building a new stadium themselves. Orange Bowl, Georgia, Florida State. The Outback Bowl, now the ReliaQuest Bowl in Tampa. We'll see Wisconsin and LSU. Fiesta Bowl, also on New Year's Day, Liberty, Oregon. Citrus Bowl is going to be Iowa and Tennessee. And then, of course, college football playoff, Michigan, Alabama, and the Rose and the Sugar. We'll see Washington, Texas. A lot of state-named teams, universities, programs matching up. I mean, Michigan, Alabama, Washington, Texas, Iowa, Tennessee, LSU, Louisiana State, and Wisconsin, Florida State, Georgia, Pennsylvania State for Penn State and Ole Miss, Mississippi, Ohio State, Missouri, Arizona, Oklahoma. What else? That might be about it for now. Yeah, that's about it for that. As the Titans will beat the Colts on a game-winning 45-yard field goal in overtime in the meantime. They'll play on. So next score will win. Next score will win. Or if the Titans get a turnover, Colts lose and they win. So 28-25. Still got 4:19 to play in OT. So this game can't end in a tie now. Not unless the Colts kick field goal at 28 and then, the game does anything because, of course, you're going to get 10 minutes in overtime. Meantime as well, 49ers Eagles just kicked off. Tied at 0 as Eagles have the ball, but they're driving. So that about does it for the college football discussion for today, for the playoff and for what I know for the other bowl games. As we still just await, as we've killed time, a good 45 minutes now since the second weather delay, but a good, half hour, 45 minutes before then, coming out of halftime to the third quarter. We only get midway through the third quarter before another weather delay. So yeah, still just awaiting this game to return. Cardinals, Steelers in a weather delay with the rain, which is unfortunate. I mean, it doesn't need to be this way, but they've delayed it for what it's worth. So we'll get back to the action shortly. And hey, speak of the devil. They take us to Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, and we're going to play on. This game should have been over about a half hour ago if we wouldn't have weather delays. But here we are, 4:30 Eastern time. And remember, the Cardinals just scored again, so it's 17-3. And Pittsburgh can get the ball back with a backup quarterback in Mitch Trubisky. But we still have 7:18 to play in the third quarter, let alone the whole entire fourth quarter. So Steelers, can they, get a miracle and, find a way to come back and win this game? We'll see. But this might go down as one of the longest Steeler games ever in history, from when it started to when it officially ended. So it's 17-3. We'll give a little bit of a recap here shortly. So yeah, they say fuck overtime, as they normally would have anyway. You can't see like under 2 minutes in overtime if it's bonus coverage. But they're taking us back. They're saying fuck it because they're taking us back to this game that still has not ended yet because we've been in a weather delay. So we play on. Cardinals on to kick off from the 35-yard line. Jesus Christ. And here we go. I figured about 4:30, yeah. From the radar, a half hour, 15 minutes or so after they, get warmed up. And, yeah, here we are. So, touchback on the kick. It'll be 1st and 10 Steelers from the 25-yard line. Down 17-3 today. 7:18 to play in this third quarter. And they got to continue to run the football, get these tight ends involved, with Mitch Trubisky, especially in a quarterback, because Kenny Pickett's out injured with a walking boot on his right foot. Remember now, too, the Steelers are going to be on a short week as well. It's not like they're going to move Thursday Night Football to fucking Friday. They'll still play Thursday night. 1st and 10 Steelers from the 25. So Trubisky out of the gun, gets a snap down the middle. Freiermuth. First down, Pittsburgh for 12. Keep getting on the ball, like I said. And then, once again, nothing stupid, okay? You can't be turning the ball over. The difference right now in this game is a 99-yard touchdown drive for the Cardinals right before halftime. Then we have the first weather delay. Then the Cardinals get a turnover off of the Steelers, score again, and then another weather delay. So here we are, 17-3. Or else, they don't score at all. At least touchdowns there, maybe 2 field goals. It's still a 1-score 9-3 game. But they're down 14 because they've given up 2 touchdowns. Hand off Najee Harris for 12 yards up the middle. Another first down as they're near midfield now. So, slowly but surely, take advantage of, this time off now, and start fast as they did early. And just, figure out a way to win this game because it is still there for the taking. It is. Just nothing stupid, especially the backup quarterback in Trubisky. So 1st and 10 from the 48. And fake the give. Trubisky going to go deep. Down the middle and overthrew his intended target, and Deontay Johnson incomplete, 2nd and 10. So he'll come off. Yeah. I don't think he's hurt. He just shouldn't even be gassed, but he did just run a go route down the middle of the field, and it's incomplete. In a double coverage. He might have pulled his hammy, but I think he's all right. So, yeah, you got to get loose. He might be cramping up. I don't know. 2nd and 10 Pittsburgh from the 48. So we play on. Toss Najee Harris. Spins, gets about a yard or 2. All right. So 3rd down. Yeah. From the 49, they got a 3rd and 9. And a false start. God damn it. And remember, Land Clark is our white capper today. Now they got a 3rd and 14. And they show off the playoff picture, which in the meantime, from the start of this game to the weather delays, has sort of changed with some 1 o'clock games now going final, yet they're still playing. We still got to look around, which we'll do later, see other scores this week in the NFL, let alone, preview next week as well. That was the one thing I guess we didn't get to in the meantime. 3rd and 14, Trubisky looking to throw, wide open, Pickens, 1st down, Pittsburgh at the 30. All right, get the run game going, get yourself back in this game. That's what I said earlier. At this rate, they're of course stuck, but it's the run game. It's, getting the tight ends ball down the middle of the field. The Colts win in overtime, 31-28. There's your update. So they're 7-5. Pittsburgh, they lose, they're 7-5 as well. Texans are 7-5. They lost to them. They play Indy in a couple of weeks. You look at the division. You look at, other matchups. Yeah, they're in a tough spot, but they're still good. They just got to take care of business. Jaylen Warren for about 4, maybe 5 yards. 2nd down, but it's the run game. It's getting the tight ends the ball down the middle of the field. It's, of course, making stops on defense, but just giving yourself a chance and get this game into the 4th quarter. And they need to get momentum on their side. If they can get momentum on their side and maintain it, they're going to be fine. They need a spark, though. That's what I said. They need one of these drives. Hey, 2nd, 3rd time's a fucking charm for weather delays and starting fast then, 2nd and 6. Trubisky going to fake the give, going to throw. Dump it off to him on the screen, yes. And then he bobbles it and drops it incomplete, which is probably best because he would have been tackled for a loss of about 3, maybe 4 yards, so it'd be 3rd and long. So 3rd and 6, but, they very well could have picked it off and returned it, and that might have been all she wrote. That's what you can't do anything stupid, at this rate, too, you don't convert, you're probably going to kick a field goal. And then at 17-6, you're still down 2 scores. It's 11. It's a touchdown of 2 point and a field goal to tie if you can hold. But then, 2 touchdowns would win it for you if it came down to it. 3rd and 6 from the 27. Just get a first down. Trubisky looking to throw again down the middle. Incomplete. Had Hayward at the goal line. So kick it, yeah. It's not 4th and a yard. Even if it was, I'd still kick it. You take your points. Because they need a spark. They need a reason. You know. Oh, he had him too in the seam. He had Pickens too as he stopped. And he was going to cut back out if he would have went to him. He would have been, off to the races down the far sideline. So here's Boswell's 45-yard field goal. Kick's going to be up. No good. You got to be kidding me. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, my God. You still kick it in that situation, but now they don't get anything out of that. Their drives today, they got a field goal in the opening drive. It just fucking hooked right and went wide right. No good. Because of the wind. God damn. And that's another 3 points, they left off the board. Remember, they could have kicked it earlier on that 4th and 8 yard on 4th and goal, and they went for it, didn't get it, 9-yard drive. They have that field goal. They have this field goal they just missed. You're down 8 at 17-9. It's a one-score game late third quarter. Now they just got to rely on this defense to get another stop for them. 1st and 10 Arizona from the 35, and they give up 9. So Mark Robinson on the tackle. Need him to step up at linebacker, of course, no doubt about it. But yeah, they can't catch a fucking break. I mean, once again, their drives, field goal to begin the game. Arguably should have probably been a touchdown. A lot of punts, stuffed at the goal line. 99-yard touchdown drive then for Arizona, 10-3 at halftime. Weather delay. Come back. Cardinals score again, another weather delay. And then the Steelers missed a field goal. So, I mean, yeah, they've left points off the board today. 2nd and a yard, false start, so make it 2nd and 6. But thing is, there's still time. There is. 2:38 to play in the third, plus a full 4th, and, maybe if you can get it to overtime. They need momentum, though. And just as they had it, there you go with the missed field goal. It's gone. So this defense needs to make a stop. 2nd and 6 from the 39 for the Cards. Come on, defense. What do you got? And Murray stumbled on the handoff. Fumble, but they recover it. Oh, my. That would have been big. And remember, the Cardinals' touchdowns are on 2 Steeler turnovers for the most part, unless we're tied at 3. The Steelers missed a field goal, left points off the board as well, went for it, could have kicked it, but you go for it. They didn't get it, give 9-yard drive. But that touchdown off a turnover on downs and then a touchdown off of a fumble, and they lead 17-3. That is the difference in this game is turnovers. 3rd and 8. Can they get off the field? Come on, defense. TJ Watt, no. Murray going to use his legs. Minka going to push him out. He's short. No, he did not get that. Be 4th and inches. It'd be 4th and inches. And Arizona, I mean, they could go for it. I mean, you have a 2-score lead, though, late third quarter. I mean, they might measure here for, got an injured player for one. But they might measure for Chen Gang. Well, I won't say first down on that. I don't know. He did reach. But, TJ Watt's slow to get up, walking off. He's fine. He's going to have to come out for the play. Actually, they say 1st and 10 now, Arizona. God damn, they can't catch a fucking break. They can't. I'm not making excuses, but they can't. It's how it's been. So they say 1st and 10 rather than 4th and inches. All right. So defense got to make a stop still. I was going to say Arizona, though, 4th and inches. Do you go for it? Don't get it short field then for Pittsburgh, or do you punt, pin them deep with, a 2-score lead? Handoff for about 2. 2nd down coming up. Under a minute to play in this third quarter, and got an injured Cardinal. So TJ Watt's going to come back out. He might have just got the wind knocked out of him there on that last play when he went down. Yeah. It's trying to stay loose. It's trying to, Well, the Hernandez injury would be about a decade ago with Aaron and the murders, and then him going away up the river, and with us. Larry Kenobi open Joey. Couple close calls, as mentioned. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Not going to miss anything anyway as we hit the end of the third quarter. But yeah, buffer, disconnect, reconnect. Sorry for that. At the end of the third quarter, 17-3. Cardinals on top of the Steelers. So with 15 to play, we'll see if the Steeler defense can make a stop. But and they got, a third down coming up to begin the fourth. I was going to say, too, they technically didn't have to snap if they didn't want to, which they don't. The game clock was under the play clock by about a second or two. So they let it run out. But, hey, that's a couple close calls for the Cardinals there on this drive. That's two damn near fumbles. So maybe the third time will be the charm for the Steelers. Maybe they can get a turnover and capitalize on it. Get themselves back in this game. That's what I said. Just keep it close, get yourself into the fourth quarter with a chance. There's still a lot of football to be played here, but if they don't do something soon, the game's going to be over. So we'll see. Hey, the Rubber Band Man, Teak, in this Chevy commercial, at least with the music. But do. Yeah. Steelers, man, they're playing the Cardinals today too. Not Pirates, Cardinals, Pirates, Diamondbacks against Arizona, but Arizona Cardinals, Pittsburgh Steelers, the NFL. So we'll see what gives. We got 15 to go. They need to stop defensively. They've come so fucking close to, scoring. They just can't catch a break. They've left points off the board, no doubt about it. But in the meantime, you still got to give credit to the Cardinal defense. That defensive goal line stand, and then they drove 99 and scored before halftime. Okay, weather delay. You play through it. They score again off another turnover by the Steelers, off the fumble. Another weather delay. Here we are. And then the Steelers missed a field goal. So, they can't catch a break. They need something to go their way to get a spark to get themselves back in this game. Up until then, it's the way it is. Trubisky hasn't looked terrible at quarterback in for Kenny Pickett with a right ankle injury and a walking boot. But, oh, mama, wave those terrible towels. Cue Renegade. And we'll see if Kyler Murray's going to be walking to the gallows with 15 minutes to go here. Long arm of the law out to get him and his Call of Duty teammates. Beginning of the fourth quarter, after two weather delays, nearing, a good hour and a half, 2 hours at this rate. 3rd and 12 for the Cardinals. 17-3 lead over Pittsburgh, though, as we begin the fourth quarter. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media, links in the description below. Kyler Murray looking to throw. Pass going to be caught. You got to be kidding me. Oh, my God. First down. They cannot catch a break. Good coverage, too, by Joey Porter, and somehow he still fucking caught it. First and 10 from the 38. They'll hand off, and Cam Hayward on the tackle. They need a stop defensively. They need a stop. If they give up a score, field goal, touchdown with this rate, game might be over. I mean, because, yeah, they've let points off the board, but they only have 3 to show for it. And they haven't really done anything else. What makes you think they're going to fucking do something then, you know? 2nd and 9. And they're in field goal range, too, I might add now, after that third down conversion. Like, they've been able to convert on third down today. Pittsburgh hasn't. That's another part. Difference in today's game. So, handoff Connor. They finally wrap him up after about a 4-yard gain. So, third down. Come on, defense. What do you got? Let's go. Maybe some movement, but Murray pump fakes, going to tuck it and run. Then he throws deep in the end zone. It's caught. You got to be kidding me. But was he in bounds? They say touchdown Cardinals. With Minkah Fitzpatrick on the coverage, you got to be joking right now. Now they say incomplete. Incomplete. Patrick Peterson on the coverage, excuse me, not Minkah. Caught it. David Tyree style on the helmet. He had a couple feet in bounds, it looks like. They might challenge that and win it. But did he have control and possession? 1, 2, still has on his fumble, and then he drug his feet before he went out of bounds. I'm going to be surprised if Arizona doesn't challenge this. They got a 3rd and 15 after they said incomplete. But that might be a touchdown. But defense needs to stop. We're going to play on. It doesn't seem like they're going to challenge it. Nope, they won't. 3rd and 15, pressure. They're on a tight end screen. And down to the 37. So they kick a field goal here, up 17-3 to go 20-3. Game might be over there with a score. You know, with the score, you know, game's over there with a touchdown for sure. 24-3 early fourth quarter. Pittsburgh really doesn't have anything. But 37-47, you're looking at a 55, 56-yard field goal from Prater. But they're going to punt it. Blake Gillikin from Happy Valley to New Orleans, now in Arizona with the Cardinals, going to boom it away. 4th and 9. Nothing stupid. No penalties. They'll punt rather than kick a long field goal. So Pittsburgh's still going to have a chance. Cardinals going to down at the fucking 3-yard line now. God damn it. Hey, the Cardinals went 99 yards before halftime. Why can't you go fucking 97 and score and cut this lead in half and give yourself a chance, get another stop and try to score and, you know, tie it up? Like, you play down to your fucking opponent, you know, and then, you know, not do anything yourself, you know, and then you wonder why is TJ Watt's in pain on the sideline holding his right ankle. As Kenny Pickett went down with a right ankle injury earlier today, too. Who is playing with the Steelers' voodoo doll? I mean, seriously. Even though they do it to themselves, they cannot catch a break. And now they're backed up. 1st and 10 at the 4-yard line officially. Trubisky up under center. And they're going to have to get some breathing room here with the run game and take a couple shots. Work the middle of the field and try to drive and score here. They run a toss with Najee Harris, and he's going to lose 2 yards. So, 2nd and 10, or 2nd and 12, back at the 2 now. Good God. He might have rolled his ankle. TJ did. And now he's getting checked out, but just frustrating. Very, very frustrating. 2nd and 11 officially. Trubisky going to throw. Get rid of it. He's going to tuck it and run. All right, he gets to the 10-yard line, so they got a 3rd and 4 to work with. Just get a first down. But if not now, when? You know, if they don't drive and score here, game's probably over with. And it's seemingly at this rate got to be a touchdown. You know, just think though. Imagine if they had that missed field goal, let alone they scored earlier. You know, because this game, here we go again. They're 7-4, could be 11-0, 0-11. You know, anywhere in between. They are what their record says they are. 2 losses, blowouts. Final score is. Game was a hell of a lot closer. Final score showed. Excuse me. Trubisky 3rd and 5, gonna throw. Gets drilled. Incomplete, intended for Freiermuth. So, or did they say fumble and the Cardinals recovered it and returned for a touchdown? No. Incomplete. Intended for Freiermuth. They'll punt. So, they're going to have to get a quick stop and get the ball back, let alone a defensive touchdown. Because this game is probably over with at this rate. Yeah. You're going to punt down 14 with 10:49 to play. You better get a fucking stop. And from the 45 on the return, maybe 15 yards, yep, on face mask. So they're going to be out past the 50 now. Yeah. They're going to work clock. They're going to run the ball and work clock. Kick a field goal, score a touchdown, game's over. If that. I mean, they might not even have to do that. Yep. I hear you. No, but yeah, the 4 losses make it 5 losses now if they lose today, 7-5. Which it's looking that way at this rate, you know. You're going to have 2 blowouts. Game was a hell of a lot closer, though. 1-2 things go their way. Had a 10-point loss before a short week. You're down 14 here before a short week. And then you lose on a game-winning field goal. But then all 7 wins are by 1 score. Those all could be losses. So they're lucky to be in the spot they're in. They roll out and get a first down. So like, this is just pitiful. This is pathetic. Like, another, once again, just, they play to their opponent. They don't play their game at all. They play down to their opponent. And yet they wonder why they're in the position they're in. You know, Connor up the middle to the 13-yard line, 2nd down, under 10 to play. Yeah, this game's over for what it's worth now as it is. Field goal touchdown for sure ices it, and game's over with. You know, it just took fucking another couple hours because of the weather. Like, they once again have had their chances, but they can't, you know, score. They can't execute. Like, the discussion now, the narrative is going to be, well, there's more of a problem than just Matt Canada. And rightfully so, because the players still got to fucking execute. They're still playing when he's not coaching. You know? Like, they're, once again, here we are, playing down to their opponent. TJ Watt has his helmet on, but he hasn't returned since he rolled his ankle as he got it taped up, but just, like, they're so up and down, inconsistent. They can beat the best team, but then lose to the worst team. 3rd and a yard from the 9. But that's just the NFL for you. That's why the game is played. It's out on paper, it's out on the field. Former Steeler James Conner with another rushing touchdown today against his former team. Yeah, he didn't do that as many times as he did today his whole entire fucking career in Pittsburgh. 23-3 with 8:28 to play. Just what the fuck? Like, once again, they've had their chances, but this, to the point now, is as probably bad as they've played in quite a while. Knees down, ball's not across the goal line, so to speak. I mean, they rolled a touchdown on the field, though, so they still have to find undisputed evidence to return it. They say touchdown. So extra point. Up and good. Cardinals now lead by 3 scores at 21, 24-3 over the Steelers. Yeah, this is a shock. But like I said earlier, you don't believe me, go back and listen to it from the start. Like, don't be surprised. Once again, they still struggle. This is a trap game, you know, and, you know, they still play like ass. It's just who they are. They play down to their opponent. Like, they don't take initiative. They don't take control. Just frustrating. When you know it, as much as they do, and I do myself, it could be so much fucking better, but no. And then it's just the way it is, because it's who they are. Just, it's what the fuck, you know? Touchback on the kick. They'll have a 1st and 10 from the 25. So... He's thankful for Pittsburgh and the Steelers, so he shows his gratitude and scores 2 touchdowns against them in his return to the city against his former team today. Urgency mode? They've been in urgency mode since the game was tied at 0 to start the game, for God's sakes, because it's either that or they're just, all right, we're just going to, go through the fucking motions, pace ourselves. They do get a 1st down. Trubisky complete to A-Rod. Run a draw with Najee up the middle. And it's always like this. And then they're behind and they, do something late and then it's too late. Because then they, just didn't do enough early. I mean, it's not like they haven't been able to run the football today. They just haven't been able to fucking score. Over the middle, caught. 1st down and Naj at midfield. And, really, do you even look at this? Because they got still a lot to fucking work on. But you're on a short week. You're hosting the Patriots, who aren't much better than the Cardinals, but you're getting blown out by the 2-10 Arizona Cardinals today. Trubisky's pass incomplete. And then it's a short week. New England lost 6-0 at home to the Chargers, okay? Like, we might have a fucking 6-4 game on Thursday night. If you know, you know. Like, seriously. Like, the first to fucking a safety will win that game Thursday night. Second and 10 here for Pittsburgh from midfield. Because, I mean, you want to work on everything, but you want to have a short-term memory and, you know, move on. And then they'll have like a mini bye, you know, from Thursday to the following week, but then it's a day shorter because then they play on Saturday. And then they have a full week off then from Saturday to Saturday before Christmas. And then they go back to Sundays the rest of the way. Like, they've once again have had their chances. Trubisky, 3rd and 6 far side, caught. Calvin Austin. All right. You're going to have to score. You're going to have to get an onside kick. You're going to have to score again. Get another onside kick and score again just to tie it at 24. With 6:16 and counting to play, even with 2 minutes of 2-minute warning, none of that's going to fucking happen. And if it does, I don't know what I'd do. It'd be one of the best fucking comebacks ever. Very rarely do you get one onside kick, let alone one, you know, score after an onside kick. When you need like double, triple that, and no time left. Got a flag on the play, gonna have an offside on the Cardinals. So 5 yards, automatic first down. But yeah, just
So the Cardinals, here the Cardinals, they changed their coaches and GMs in January. They had a quarterback that blew a knee last year. They invested a lot of money in. A new coaching staff comes in. The quarterback, Father Murray.
I mean, the only, I guess, good thing in the loss, which there shouldn't be anything like that, you know, once this game does go final and they're going to lose, fall to 7-5. Trubisky looking to throw down the middle, caught. Deontay Johnson to 5, 1st and goal, Pittsburgh. All right, now you got to score. You got to punch it in. If only they were able to punch it in earlier. You know, the missed field goal is a made field goal. You know, there's another, 10 points. You're scoring here, you know, as you're down 21. I mean, this game, once again, is a hell of a lot closer than the score showing right now. Handoff Warren for 2 to the 2. 2nd and goal, 5 minutes and counting to play. But it's against an NFC opponent. You know, they're going to lose both NFC West games at home this year, the 49ers and Cardinals. They went to LA and won. They're still going to go to Seattle New Year's Eve, but they're still going to be there, you know. Take care of business in the AFC, maybe get some help. You're still in a good spot. But they got to learn from this. They can't continue to fucking play like this and think it's okay. But what's new? It's been like this for how fucking long now? 2nd and goal. Trubisky looking to throw. Caught. Touchdown Steelers. Deontay Johnson. And they score for the first time today, touchdown-wise, with 4:25 to play in the game. You go for 2. 24-11. You know, you're down, 13? But if you go for 2 and don't get it, you're down by even more then. And you're down, you know... still 2.5, 3 scores. Just kick the fucking extra point. Go down 14. And then 2 touchdowns ties it if you can somehow get fucking lucky. And then it's earlier. Punch it in. Made field goal. I mean... like, they just do it to themselves. Arizona Cardinals, though. Extra points up and good. 24-10 with 4:25 to play. Still got 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Here comes an onside kick, but they're going to need a turnover. I mean, it ain't over until it's over, but... I mean, the thing that hurt them today is, at least the wild card, as Baltimore's off, and Cleveland's off as well, is both the Texans and Colts won. They already lost to Houston. They play Indy in a couple weeks, but they're both 7-5. You know... And then, yeah, you beat Cincinnati last week. They're 5-6. They play tomorrow night against Jacksonville. Buffalo and Denver both 6-6. You don't play either of them, so you still have a game up on them. But and still another month of football will be played. You still got to take care of business. Like, this is only hopefully going to be a bump in the road for him. But 24-10, 4:25 to play. This game's a hell of a lot closer than it is. I mean, this game should have been over an hour ago, but because of 2 weather delays, we play on. If only. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. If only, though, they, were able to score there from the 1, and the missed field goal was a made field goal. They're down 4. And then you kick it deep here, get the ball back with, hopefully, 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning still, touchdown wins it. Like, that's where they're at. Fair catch. So, first 10 Arizona from 25, 4:25 to play. They still got all 3 timeouts. But, yeah, this game's a hell of a lot closer. They've had their chances. Even with, everything that hasn't gone their way, still right there for the taking. I mean, if they can get a turnover, quick stop, which the clock's going to run unless they burn their timeouts. Still going to run afterwards. Like, if they give up a first down or at least a 2-minute drive here, the game's over. But they're going to be running the ball, working clock. They're going to be punching the ball out. Yeah, if they can get a turnover somehow. Defense touchdown even be better. James Conner, first down run out past the 40. 45-50. Will somebody tackle him? They finally do. Jesus Christ. He's arguably having his best NFL game today against his former team, yet he never did this when he was a Steeler. You gotta be joking me. And then they're just fucking tackling air. They're just making themselves right now the fucking laughing stock is all they're doing. They're going to be 7-5. Once again, 12-0, 0-12, probably, below 500. But they're somehow going to be, 7-4, but 7-5. Steelers with a timeout. About what? 3:33 to play. I don't know how they let this happen, but they do it to themselves. But once again, this game's a hell of a lot closer than the score shows right now, but they still can't make stops. And they, still couldn't fucking score. Like I said, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but if only they were able to punch it in from the 1. The missed field goal is a made field goal. This is a 4-point fucking game. Get a stop here, get the ball back, touchdown wins it for you, but ain't gonna happen. So yeah, they kicked it deep rather than kick an onside kick, but even with, you play field position, you still gave them a big run, and they got a second down now, 2nd and 9 from inside Steeler territory. Now a whistle. Cardinal timeout, flag on the play. And Steelers have 12 on defense. They just, you're shooting yourselves in the foot. You might as well fucking aim it a little higher and take us all out of our fucking misery. Seriously. Just fucking stupidity. Yeah. So from the 40, 2nd and 4, handoff. They wrap them up. Timeout. And then if you get a stop, get the ball back with under 3 minutes. If you could drive and score before the 2-minute warning, onside kick, get it, score and tie it. Okay, you have a ball game, but you got to make a stop. They give a first down here, and game's over. Or if they don't do anything, if they do get the ball back offensively, game's over. When it's already been over, but they're still fucking there. They keep crawling back. Even though they've been there the whole entire time, because once again, this game is a hell of a lot closer than the score shows. From the 42, 3rd and 6, Connor, first down run. Stays in bounds as well. Clock's going to run. Steelers don't have a timeout. Still a 2-minute warning. Game's over. They can run this fucking clock out now. Might have to get another first down, but they can run the clock out. Just... just frustrating. So you can say they tried their best, but they come up just short again. And they play on a short week after a long Sunday game today. Of course, nobody can control the weather. You know, that's just what it is. But, you know, once again, they've still had their chances, and they... With 2 minutes to play, are down 24-10, and, you know, whether they should be in this game or not, they're going to deserve to lose. Because they flat out didn't do enough. And then it's just going to be the same old, same old. Media will hound Tomlin. Which, once again, tell me who exactly, you know, you'd get to fucking replace him. Because then he'd go elsewhere, just as they've let all these other players go elsewhere and then fucking beat them, like James Conner's doing today. And then you're stuck. Like, be careful what you fucking wish for, okay? I mean, yeah, because they'll hound them, and then, oh, well, they can still get a winning season. You know? Which, they're still going to be 2 games above 500 here at 7-5 with the loss. They are. I mean, 3 losses, though, of the 5 by, what, 2 scores? Yeah, 2 blowout losses. Game was a hell of a lot closer. Had a 10-point loss on a short week, leading into Thursday night. You're going to have a 14-point loss today, leading into Thursday night game on a short week. Lost on a game-winning field goal, 2 weeks ago. You know, there's been a trend once again. You know, you lose, you win a couple. You lose, you win a couple. Now it's they've lost 2 of 3. But I mean, they're still in a good spot. 7-5, still in the wild card. Still in position to make the playoffs. They still just got to take care of business. And if they get some help, might even be in a better spot. But they still just continue to, play down to their opponent and just, it's frustrating. It is. They could be playing so much fucking better. They could be, but they're not. Catching breaks. There's your first down, and they can knee it out from here now. So, yeah, that'll do it. After 2 weather delays, the Cardinals seemingly wanted this game more than the Steelers did. Pittsburgh seemed like they were just going to be able to fucking cakewalk by them. No. This ain't fucking 3rd grade football that you love to play. This is a fucking National fucking Football League. Okay? That was not fun there with the weather delays because the NFL is the NFL. Like, they could have played through it. But yeah, Steelers can't stop the clock. Cardinals going to knee it out and win 24-10 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. The 2-10 Cardinals are going to win by not one, by 2 scores, by 14 points over the 7-4. Make it 7-5 now Steelers today. But that's what the thing was. It's a perfect example. Game ain't played on paper, just out on the field, okay? Like, everybody thought, oh, they're just going to fucking blow them out. Let alone, oh, they're going to beat a rookie quarterback a couple weeks ago. They lost that game, they're going to lose this game too. No. They're still going to struggle. It's who they are. They play down to their opponent. They do as little to win. And with momentum in them, they cannot maintain it. Wins or losses. All 7 wins by 1 score. The 5 losses now, 3 of them, we'll say blowouts because it's 14 or more. But the games were a hell of a lot closer than the final score showed. There's your final nail down. Cardinals beat the Steelers 24-10 today. And then you lose by 10 on a short week. And then you lose on a game-winning field goal. So Arizona's now 3-10. Pittsburgh falls to 7-5. They should still be there in the wild card. They're not going to be the 5 seed though right now. Still got a month of football to be played though. Who knows what the hell is going to happen? Hopefully, like I said, this is only a bump in the road. That this doesn't start a fucking trend, even though the trend's been there. They play like this all the fucking time. And for a 1 o'clock game, we officially end at 20 after 5 because of 2 weather delays. This game should have been over an hour and a half ago. But now it's just gone final. So, weather delay, it is what it is. It's because of the rain with the lightning. And then it's 30 minutes from there. And then, get warmed back up. And then the first one happened, right at halftime. So then they just extended halftime, and the second one was mid-third quarter. And then we play on from there. And then the Cardinals still controlled the game. They still wanted it more. They flat out, sucked ass. They flat out didn't do enough to win, even though they still had their chances. And it's the same old. I don't get it. I don't. That they think, truly, they can be playing like this, and it's good enough to win. Well, in the 7 wins it has been, because they've been by 1 score. They're averaging 16 points a game. What, the most points they've scored this season is like 24 or something like that, right? Maybe 30. I mean, you're scoring 10 points. Yeah, you're going to lose. Unless you're playing, fucking the team with the same colors as you in the college football level, fucking Iowa. I don't even know where to fucking start, let alone go from there. Most points they've scored this season. Win or loss. Okay, 26. They beat Cleveland. Yeah. And they've scored as they've lost 2 of 3, both games they've lost, they've only scored 10 points. Scored 16 in a win last week. Still ain't the fewest. That was at Houston. They only scored 6. Lost the 49ers. Only scored 7. Offense is still struggling. Whether it's this player or this coach, however you want to put it, calling plays, making plays, they still got to be on the same page. They still got to execute. You know, defense can't do everything for you. You know, because then this is exactly what fucking happens again. Because they're out there the whole entire fucking game. Time of possession officially, they somehow won that by about a minute and a half. 30-43 to 29-17. Weren't able to convert on third down, though, when Arizona was 10-17 to 4 of 11. Of course, 0 for 1 on fourth down because they went for it there on that fourth and goal from the yard. Couldn't punch it in from a yard out to score a touchdown. You know, and then Kenny Pickett gets hurt, which was the play before. He's in a walking boot. So we'll see his status for Thursday on a short week against the Patriots. He probably won't play. It'll probably be Mitch Trubisky. But the difference in this game, with Pittsburgh losing now to 7-5, they followed from 5 to 6 in the AFC playoffs. Still have a chance for the North. They got to beat Baltimore, probably get some help. They split with Cleveland. They're going to need them to lose. The bye weeks are going to equal out here before too long because everybody's, not everybody's had a bye week yet. Everybody's, still uneven. It won't be totally even up until, right before Christmas. They just got to watch themselves. They got to watch their ass. Because if they let it slip and somehow fall out when they were right there in it, still with another month to be played, who knows what happens then. That's another fucking, downhill spiral for them late in the season. James Conner 8. Yeah. He had 2 rushing touchdowns today against his former team. The difference overall in this game, though, today, man, was 2 Steelers turnovers. 1 on downs and 1 fumble. And it was right before halftime with the first weather delay. And then the fumble was right after the second weather delay. Right before the second weather delay. And the Cardinals scored off of both of them. They went 99 yards before halftime and scored, go up 10-3. And then they scored off the fumble with Trubisky in at quarterback to go up 17-3. And then they scored again with, James Conner there. Pittsburgh had their chances, but they let it slip. A 3-0 lead. Arizona scores 17-24 unanswered. You score again. Think it's enough when it's not. Come on, man. I think we're all tired, exhausted at this point. Talk about a long fucking game. And it didn't go to overtime. Even if it did go to overtime, this game would have been over fucking 45 minutes ago still. We went 4 hours in an NFL game, which has to be one of the longest in quite a while because of weather delays. When I've, talked about that earlier, but yeah, they just got to watch themselves moving forward. Of course, they still got to take care of business. If they can get some help, then okay, even better, but just fucking frustrating because it's the same old. Here we go again. They're still in a good spot, but they're in a tough spot if they continue to play like this. They're just getting by the skin on their ass. They are. They're 7-5 when they probably should be fucking winless at 0-12. They should. Hate to say it, but they probably should. And, I've been a Steeler fan my whole entire fucking life. I bleed blue and white for Penn State, and I bleed black and gold for the Steelers. But how the hell they're 7-5 beats me, but they're 7-5. 5 losses, I'll go through it once again. 3 of the 5 losses, we'll say now, are blowouts, 14 plus points or more. All right. Yeah, they lost by officially 23 to the Niners and lost by 24 to the Texans. Lose by 14 today against the Cardinals. And then you have a 10-point loss and then a game-winning field goal loss by 3. So, like, they're 7-5, probably should be winless. Could be undefeated, though. But really, you look at it, there's not much difference. I mean, you're probably 8-4 or 9-3. You know, maybe 10-2, maybe. But they're not. They're 7-5 now. The record, you know, shows exactly who they are, even though they're playing a lot worse than that. You know, but they're still in a good spot. You know, it's just how, I mean, good the AFC is because it's deep, but there's better teams out there than them, of course. Both AFC and NFC. I mean, that's what I said a little bit ago. The only good thing out of this loss is they lost an NFC team. It wasn't in division, in conference. But then if they don't take care of business in other games, like, it's still going to hurt. Because this still could be a game you look back to, well, they lost this game, you know, so on and so forth. You know, a couple plays here and there. You know, like I said, once again, they had their chances. They were up 3-0. Cardinals tied at 3. The goal line, stand by them, stuffing them. They can't even punch it in from the fucking 1-yard line on 4th and goal to score to go up 10-3 themselves. No, but then give up a 99-yard touchdown drive afterwards. Arizona has a 10-3 lead going into halftime. You know, weather delay. Cardinals get a fumble. They score again, 17-3. Another weather delay. You know, we resumed play at about 3:15, 3:20 for the first weather delay. We resumed play at about 4:30 for the second one. About an hour later or so, the game has gone final. About 5-10 minutes or so ago now. Cardinals win 24-10. Because they wanted it more. It seemed like they controlled the game. And they did flat out beat Pittsburgh. They did. But Pittsburgh beat themselves more than they got beat by the Cardinals. That's the overall, you know, because they had their chances. You know, missed field goal. Like I said, late, if it plays out the way it did. You have the missed field goal. You have the touchdown. That's when they're 10 points to the, you know, touchdown you scored late. Once again, it's a hell of a lot closer than 24-10. It's, you know, 24-20. You still kick it deep as you did. You hope to get a stop, which they still didn't anyway. They still fucking lose. But if you get a stop, you know, you drive and score a touchdown and you fucking win it. But coulda, woulda, shoulda with them, you know? Because it's the same old. Like I said, they're 7-5, but they probably should be winless. Because once again, 3 of the 5 losses, we'll say by blowouts, 14 plus points or more. They lost by 10, and they lost on a game-winning field goal by 3. All 7 wins are by 1 score. What if what went right for them then went wrong? You know? Talking about catching breaks, they were lucky then. Of course, still can't catch breaks in the losses, but they're still in a good spot. You still got to, move on from it, which they will. You know, Tomlin's going to be short and sweet with the media. I can guarantee you that. Standard's still going to be the standard. Injuries. They can't catch a break there, especially defensively. Landon Roberts went down earlier. You know, they're basically wiped out at middle linebacker. They really only have Watt and Highsmith coming off the edges now. So we'll see who's, you know. And then, of course, because you go from Cole Holcomb to Quan Alexander to Landon Roberts getting injured, I don't know if Robert's injury's, serious or not, but he was out for the rest of the game. Of course, Holcomb and Alexander's are season ending. They did just sign back Miles Jack. He's on the practice squad, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's activated and he plays Thursday night. He knows the system. Remember, earlier this past offseason, after last year, they let him go after a year. He went to Philly and then decided to retire. And then they scooped him up because he was still, out there because he technically retired, wasn't going to play anymore. And then, Blake Martinez and his Pokemon balls, he was signed off of Carolina's practice squad. But he's made some plays throughout his NFL career, but then he sort of got into trouble with Pokemon. And then he also retired but came back. And they signed him before last week's game, but he was inactive last week and he was inactive today, so he might, because of the injuries, play sometime soon too. Because, of course, you still have Cam Hayward in the middle, Walton Highsmith coming off the edge. Minka was back today, but it didn't fucking feel like it. They still need somebody to step up offensively and defensively. I mean, the defense can't do it all by themselves. I mean, they were only able to get Boswell in field goal range twice. He could have kicked it another couple of times, but, drive stalled, had to punt how many times. And, really, 2 turnovers that led to 2 touchdowns is overall the difference in this game in a 14-point loss. You look at it that way, 24-10 your final score. But then, they had their chances to also win it. Whether it was like that or whether it wasn't as it turned out, like they have a lead if, they hold, or if they, get what they didn't get. And Arizona still does everything they did, the game's just a whole lot tighter, hell of a lot closer. But, I mean, continue to run the football, of course, yeah, no doubt about it, with Najee Harris, Jalen Warren. Kenny Pickett's hurt, though, now again. That's for whatever reason to start fucking around. Probably the fucking weather. But I also have a fucking fan blowing on me full blast right now, so. Yeah, just short week. Does he play Thursday? I say right now, probably not. He's a fucking dude. He probably broke his ankle or did something ligament-wise or just sprained it real bad. Who knows his status? I'll find out unless anybody knows, unless wants to let me know in the comments below. Greatly appreciated. I'll find out afterwards. But it's going to be Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph just in time for Christmas with his red nose shining so bright, leading the Steeler offense if it comes down to it, if Pickett can't go. So they're going to have to continue to run the football. Pickens was hot early, but then that course cooled off. Deontay Johnson had the touchdown. They got, the ball to Freiermuth as much as they did again today. Defense broke, though. I mean, they couldn't make stops when they needed to. Because remember, the overall difference in this game, even though still a hell of a lot closer when the final score shows, with the way it turned out, they had 2 turnovers. One on downs at the 1-yard line because they couldn't punch it in. Cardinals went 99 yards and scored before halftime. Touchdown, that's 7 points, okay? Keep that in the back of your head. And then the fumble in the third quarter, the first one was right before halftime, right before the first weather delay. The second one was coming out of halftime, right before the second weather delay. The Steelers fumbled, Cardinals had short field, they scored again. They still scored again afterwards, too, but then that's another touchdown off turnover for Arizona. And they win by 14. Steelers don't turn the ball over, turnover on downs and a fumble, which was a lone turnover in today's game. You're tied at 10 looking at it that way, but then if everything else does turn out the way it did, still a hell of a lot closer. missed field goal and then a touchdown as they had late. With the touchdown, if they punch it in earlier, they're down 4 with 4 minutes to go. You get the ball back if you get a stop. Touchdown wins it, and it's not a 14-point, 24-10 loss. You're looking at a, okay, they still might lose because they played like shit, but still found a way to win, another one-score win. Okay, it is what it is. Win's a win then. You look at it that way. You still could have, would have, should have, though, in the loss because they had their chances, but it just overall at the end of the day is what it is. It's just who they are. And it's frustrating. As all hell. Frustrating. So let me know, of course, what you guys think in the comments below, but man. So, sorry for the disconnect there with the buffer, disconnect and reconnect, but we're back up and running. I guess I've been streaming enough, almost 5 hours now with this game because of the weather delays. Probably should sign off. So I'll give you some stats, but yeah, just frustrating. Once again, they've had their chances. Could be a hell of a lot worse, but should be better for what it's worth. I mean, like I said, you're probably looking at from 7-5 to really only 8-4, 9-3 though. But that's still better than 7-5. But it's not fucking 0-12 or 5-7 or 6-6 or anything below 500. Once they get, the thing is, it's momentum. It is. Once they get stuck, they are stuck. They need sparks. They need grooves. They need, flat out find a way to win by more than one score and find a way these, games that they lost, that they probably should have won. Or at least been in and the final score is closer than, it ended up being. I mean, of course, a win's a win, loss is still a loss. Either way you look at it, but just frustrating. It just circles back to frustrating. It does. So pop a top and drown your fucking sorrows again for the 5th loss of the season with some more icy light from now until Thursday night. But Kyler Murray, 13-23, $145 and a touchdown. They sacked him twice. Really didn't mean anything, but they sacked him twice. James Conner, in his return to Pittsburgh against his former team, the Steelers, had 45 carries, 105 yards, touchdowns. Damn internet. It was perfectly fine the whole entire game, but now it wants to give me trouble as I'm trying to wrap shit up. So, all right, I'll go through these stats once more. I just started anyway, so not like I'm going to beat a dead horse and repeat myself. Kyler Murray, 13-23, 145 yards passing, a touchdown. Sacked twice, but really didn't mean anything. Total as a team for the Cardinals, they had 38 carries, 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns. As Kyler Murray had 9 carries, 20 yards, and Michael Carter 425. But the former Steeler and James Conner, in his first game against his former team, as a member of the Arizona Cardinals, who are now 3-10, Pittsburgh falls to 7-5. James Conner had 25 carries for 105 yards rushing today and 2 touchdowns. When, as mentioned, was the last time, if ever, he did that as a member of the Black and Gold? They get beat once again here today by whether it's overall in the game they lose, or, play-wise during the game. There, seemingly in every fucking game this year, there's been at least one Steeler, if I'm not mistaken, in every game, that whoever it was, they made a play against them. And I mean, more power to them, more credit. Whether, just wanting to get back or whatever it might be, however you want to put it, like prove him wrong, basically. James Conner proved his point. I mean, still, yeah, you let him walk because at the time it wasn't doing shit. I mean, Najee Harris has been okay. I mean, they found Jalen Warren, who's undrafted rookie free agent, so, but it's in the game, they couldn't fucking stop me. At 25 carries, 105 yards, and 2 touchdowns. In a 2-touchdown win, but then, the Steelers turned it over not once but twice. Really only one technical turnover, but the other was turnover on downs, 99 yards, and the touchdown before halftime. Those 2 turnovers to 2 touchdowns, and then Conner with 2 touchdowns, that's why the Steelers lost today. Turnovers, and they couldn't stop their fucking former, running back. As Trey McBride, now the new starting tight end for the Cardinals, because they just released Zach Ertz, I look for him to go back to Philly as the Eagles and 49ers near halftime. 49ers leading Eagles 14-6 in an NFC Championship game rematch. But Trey McBride, 8 catches, 89 yards, and a touchdown. That was right before halftime. Remember, he had the one. They said catch, touchdown. Looked at it. No, incomplete. Very next play, he still scored anyway. Higgins had a catch for 21 yards. Dortch, 1 for 19. Jeff Swaim, 2 of 10. Rondale Moore had a catch, 6 yards. Rondale Moore had that catch in the back of the end zone, too, which looked like a touchdown. They said incomplete. Cardinals didn't challenge it. They probably should have. I mean, because it looked like a touchdown, but then they still scored on that drive anyway. So it doesn't matter. And then Prater, he had a 51-yard field goal. Cardinals only punted. I guess they punted a little bit more than that. Okay. 5 times, Gillikin on Gillikin's Island, former Nittany Lion, we are Penn State, the Peach Bowl to take on Ole Miss. He downed them twice inside the 20. So Pittsburgh field position today, wasn't that great either. Even though they had good field position or bad field position, they really couldn't do much. Kenny Pickett, because he went down injury before time, 10, 70 yards. In his absence, 17 above. We roll on with technical difficulties. Once again, sorry. But finishing up these stats real quick, then I'll sign off. Trubisky in absence, Kenny Pickett. His Pickett was 7 of 10, 70 yards. Neither quarterback was sacked. I mean, there's that for what it's worth. But Trubisky, 11 of 17, a buck 17 and a touchdown. That too, Deontay Johnson's mentioned. 4 catches, 33 yards and a touchdown. Najee Harris led the way on the ground. I mean, they were balanced in the run game with yards, but Najee had 7 more carries than Warren did. 16 for 63 for Najee Harris. Jalen Warren, 9 for 59, but we'll say 69 for, the band, 969. Trubisky, 3 of 5. Pickett, 3 of 3. Pickens, 4 catches, 86 yards. Deontay Johnson, 433 and a touchdown. Fry, 3 catches, 29 yards. They got to get the ball tight end more. Back to, not using the middle of the field, I see. Allen Robinson, 3-19. Najee on 2 screens for 14 yards. Calvin Austin, a catch for 10 yards. Turnover on downs and the fumble. Overall, and a 14-point loss, leading to 14 points to the Cardinals, is not the reason, but a reason, a difference why they lost, for sure. Even though they, couldn't make stops defensively. They had 2 sacks. Highsmith with 1.5, Watt with the other half. Michael Walker had 10 total tackles. Highsmith with 8, Robinson with 8 as well. So, I mean, there's Walker and Robinson at linebacker with the injuries. So we'll see who's, controlling the middle of the defense. Of course, you're still going to have Watt and Highsmith coming off the edge and Hayward in the middle up front and Mink in the back end with Pat Pete and, Joey Porter and KZ at corner. But Boswell made from 29 on his field goal, but missed from 45. Of course, good on his extra point as well. But now overall team stats, just they didn't do enough to win. You know, both teams 18 first downs apiece. And that's another thing today. They were 10 of 17. Pittsburgh was 4 of 11. Steelers had more total yards, 317 to 282. More passing, but not more rushing. So, yeah, even with controlling the clock, the Cards, they ran the ball on the road and worked clock when they needed to and scored 2 touchdowns in a 2-touchdown win to win it. 15 total penalties for about, 125, 30 yards or so. 6 of 51 for the Cardinals, 9 of 77 for the Steelers. 1 technical turnover on the fumble they scored off of. Remember, turnover on downs led to 7 points before halftime as well. You add that 14 up, 24-10, do the math. Yeah, you're tied at 10 then if everything else goes away. Dud. Steelers controlled the clock, like I said, by about a minute and a half or so, 30-43 to 29-17, but still overall just not enough to win. So, yeah. Shit, we'll see what it gives moving forward. As always, I'm sure something will, but they're in a tough spot, but they're still in a good spot, you know. I know it doesn't make any sense, but it's true because they're 7-5, and they're still there. It shows you how good, at least top heavy, the AFC is, but then also shows you how average the teams are behind them, I guess you could say. You know, and of course, that's why they play a game. They decide on paper, decide on the field. If they would have played this game on paper, Steelers would have won by far. No doubt about it. They played on the field, and they didn't. They lose. You know, so credit the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, a 2-win team, you know, I mean, you look at what the Lions did, tying the Steelers a couple years ago. I've said since then, that was truly, I think, like the point in time they turn the page. Maybe it's just the Steelers. I don't know, but they just, you know, give off that vibe then to other teams. Okay, if we beat them, it might be the focal starting point to get this ship rolling. You know, set sail and, you know, off we go. So we'll see what the future holds for the Arizona Cardinals. But I mean, you do got to give them credit. You do. They, I mean, down 3-0, scored 17-24 answered, controlled the game, seemingly, like I said, wanting it more than Pittsburgh did, and they come out on top with the dub. You know, so you got to give it to them. Just for Pittsburgh, it sucks because it's frustrating. You know, you can blame the fucking weather delay all you want. No, not by any means is that why they lost. Because they played like shit before it, they played shit during it, and they played like shit after it, not once but twice because we had the 2 weather delays. And as they had their chances, they still come up short. You know, if only once again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but you know, when push comes to shove, that's why I said they can't let this, you know, start a trend, even though the trend's already been there. This is who they are. It's going to be close one way or another. But hopefully this is just, you know, a little bump in the road and they can. So I said, once again, they seemingly beat the best teams and they lose the fucking worst teams. Like there's no in between with them. As they're 7-5, could be undefeated, should be winless. Probably below 500, but they're 2 wins above 500 right now, 7-5, as we enter December. And talk about unleashing hell. They didn't do that today. The Cardinals win the Super Bowl 43 rematch. I mean, Pittsburgh won when they needed to then, but they win the rematch today, you know, all these years later. You know, Kenny Pickett's going to be in a walking boot. We'll see what his status is, while Kyler Murray is going to be playing, you know, Call of Duty and Celebration. as they're now 3-10. So, I mean, it's not like Pittsburgh, you know, even though it's the same old, like, players they brought in still ain't fucking making a difference because they still can't execute, you know? So maybe it is, you know, okay, time, Rod Tidwell, show me the money, you know? I mean, they've paid up. I mean, in the past few years, they've done more of that than they ever have, you know, but they're still the same team, you know? And it still starts at the top. They'll give Tomlin trash, but, and make him out to be the fucking worst, you know, coach ever. But once again, it could be a hell of a lot worse. So, you know, be careful what you fucking wish for, is all I'll say. Because you think it's bad now, it could be a hell of a lot worse if they'd move on from him, which they're not going to. Okay? This, as everything else does, as always, will in time pass. You just gotta sometimes let cooler heads prevail and, you know, move on. A little hard to believe, though. I guess we got our money's worth. The game was, you know, delayed twice because of the weather, but hard to believe, as mentioned at the start, today's Steeler home game, final home Sunday game of the season, unless they somehow, you know, get one in the playoffs, up until next year, because they play the Patriots at home Thursday night, but then they go on the road, and then they come back home. So both games right before Christmas after this upcoming Thursday are both on Saturdays. And then they play at Seattle New Year's Eve, which is a Sunday, and then, you know, go to Baltimore week 18, which that game could still be a Saturday, probably going to be a Sunday. You know, we'll see what happens from now until then, because I wouldn't be surprised if it's a, you know, from a 1-4 o'clock, let alone, you know, game 272 in Sunday Night Football before the playoffs begin. Just depending on what happens from now until then, because that's the thing. It's one game, folks. There's still a lot of football to be played. You know, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm frustrated, but you know, it's fucking one game. You know, they've been there how many times before, and we said it. You know, they got to figure out what the passes up to it again, of course, which, you know, repeats itself. They just love playing like this, but still going to be okay, you know. I mean, yeah, it's a loss. Losing sucks, but it's a loss against the NFC. If they can still take care of business, you know, against the AFC, which all but one game the rest of the way is going to be against the American Football Conference, not the National Football Conference, in the AFC, not the NFC, because look at this. They host the Patriots Thursday night, then they go to the Colts before they host the Bengals. Then it's at Seattle, that's NFC, and then they go to Baltimore week 18. That's in division too. So they have, as at 7-5, 13 weeks in with 12 games played because they had a bye week. Officially, you know, yeah, 5 more games to be played to get, you know, 17 total with 18 weeks now in the NFL, unlike the old, you know, 17 weeks, 16 games. But beat New England, okay, there's that. Indy's going to be tough. Cincy's going to be tough. Seattle's going to be tough. And Baltimore's going to be tough. But the way they're playing, the way New England's playing, that game's going to be tough as well Thursday night. So that's not even a given they're going to win that. Because today wasn't even a fucking given they're going to win. Because they fucking lose to a 2-win team, for God's sakes, okay? That's why they play the game. They ain't set on paper, set on the field. Like, this is a perfect example of that. So I state my case. But if they can take care of business, and if they don't, okay, need some help, but if they can take care of business and doing just enough as they love to do, they're going to be just fine. And they, I think, should still be, unless something fucking crazy happens, unless they fucking, like, fall off a cliff, you know, and lose out from here, or, you know, 500 from here on out, or, you know, whatever the case may be, however it finishes up, I think they're still going to be in a good spot from now until the end of the regular season, and they should still be in the postseason come playoff time. And if they can take care of business and get help, they could still, you'd look at it, win the AFC North. But now they're 2 games behind Baltimore, who they've already beaten once. They still got to play them. They're a game behind Cleveland, who's off this week. But then, they split with them. Home team's won. Still going to play Cincinnati, so, I mean, we'll see. And then it's the other games with New England and Seattle. Even Indy, because they're in the playoff discussion too. So I think they should still be, in a good spot even after the loss today. I do. I truly do. A lot of people are probably going to say I'm crazy, but I'll say I told you so when they're, still a bit late in the season. Yeah, we shall see what happens. That's why they play the game once again. So, you move on from it with a short-term, memory. Losing sucks. Another game, hell of a lot closer than the final score showed. Had their chances to probably win it, but they don't. They come up short, so deserve to lose in that regard. And now the thing is, they're on a short week. And then an injured quarterback. So, once again, it's the run game and it's defense. It's Steeler football from here on out to win it. As it's the 1-0 mentality, standard is standard, next man up as well, one game at a time. And it's New England coming to town, Patriots, Steelers, Thursday night football. So, we'll see if Bill Belichick suits up like Amazon thinks he's going to in the graphic up against T.J. Watt. If they put Bill Belichick up there, why did they put Mike Tomlin up there? It would have made more sense to do it that way rather than a coach and a player. They didn't think that through, obviously. And it could be one of the final times the Steelers play up against a Bill Belichick coached Patriot team. Because who knows what his future holds. So, yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, as always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Of course, not the outcome I was hoping for, let alone any of the ends and Steeler Nation, let alone, black and gold team in general. Because losing sucks, but you move on, and it still a long season. Still a lot of football to be played. Still, have a chance to take care of business and, move on and be in a good spot, which I still think they, can be. Because you look around the league, there's not really one team that sticks out more than the other. Everybody's in the same pack. There's 32 teams. There's a few teams that are, bad. There's a few teams that, with everybody else in the middle of the pack that probably should be better, but there's probably a few teams, and Pittsburgh probably lands in this category, that probably should be worse, but also probably could be better. That's why they're right there in the middle, though. Because you're not going to win them all. You're not. Because if you do, you got a fucking, target on your back. You'd rather be the quiet one in the back and then come out of nowhere and then, oh, did you forget about me? Where the hell did you come from? One of those. So, yeah. We'll see what happens, but next game up is on a short week. 4 days from now on Thursday Night Football. Even a shorter week now than they were expecting because this game ran long. Went from 1 o'clock to about 5:30 compared to 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock as it normally would because of the weather delay. So if you'd be normally out of there by 5:30, 6 o'clock as it is now, and getting ready for your next opponent, you're seemingly just now getting done, so you're behind schedule now, as you're already behind schedule to begin with on a short week, and then New England's coming in, and You know, they only have a few wins like the Cardinals did, so they just got to quit playing down to their opponent. They do. If they can just win, baby, figure out a way to win. And win by more than one score. Hey, win's win. I don't care if by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points for one score. But overall, find a way to win these losses or the games that they've lost. That some of them probably should have been wins. Because they're better than this, but they're not playing like it. So reap what you fucking sow, and record is what it is. At 7-5 here, December the 3rd, 2023. Leaving week 13, about ready to enter week 14, as Pittsburgh will be hosting New England once again on a short week on Thursday Night Football. So hopefully we'll tune back in live right here on YouTube then for those live watch-along reactions. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in. Sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media as the Gophers lose to the Arizona Cardinals today, officially your final score once again after not one but two other delays, 24-10.